Bom dia, bem-vindos. Queria-vos dar as... Oi, começa mal. Bom, estava eu a dizer, queria-vos dar as boas-vindas à Portugal Renewable Energy Summit 2022. Eu sou o Diogo Carvalheda, sou o Head of Communications da APREN e serei o vosso host durante todo o evento. Agradeço a vossa presença aqui no auditório, todos os que ainda estão a entrar e estarão lá fora ainda. Agradeço também aos oradores que vamos ter ao longo destes 2 dias. Agradeço também aos nossos patrocinadores. Queria começar por dizer que a conferência deste ano está dedicada à transição energética dos planos à ação. O nosso tema varia todos os anos, mas o certo é que contamos sempre com a intervenção de alguns dos principais especialistas de energia, nacionais e internacionais, em vários painéis de debate para a discussão dos principais temas do setor. Esta nossa conferência, consideramos nós, é já um clássico. Já promovemos o debate na área da energia e das renováveis há cerca de uma década, em vários formatos, mas já lá vão 10 anos. Só um último recado. Queria lembrar ou relembrar que nós temos uma aplicação de suporte a este evento, o Eventi. Nesta aplicação podem ter acesso ao programa atualizado, aos oradores da conferência e também aos vários painéis de debate. É, aliás, a única forma de intervirem diretamente em cada um dos painéis, pondo através de lá as vossas perguntas aos moderadores, que depois, no final de cada sessão, se houver tempo, as farão aos nossos oradores. Se calhar começo só por fazer um pequeno overview do nosso programa para hoje. Nós vamos começar com um discurso de abertura do nosso Presidente da Direção, Pedro Amaral Jorge, e seguir-se-á o primeiro painel do dia, dedicado ao REPowerEU, a nova ambição europeia, que começa com uma intervenção em vídeo de Kerstin Jorna, a Diretora-Geral da DG Grow, a entidade europeia responsável pelo mercado interno, pela indústria, pelo empreendedorismo e pelas pequenas e médias empresas, e seguir-se-á depois um debate entre Nicolás Gonzalez, eurodeputado e membro do ITRE, Giles Dixon, da Wind Europe, Valburga Hemmetsberger, da Solar Power Europe, e a moderação caberá ao nosso Pedro Amaral Jorge. Após um coffee break de 30 minutos, teremos um painel chamado O Desenho do Mercado Europeu da Eletricidade, um painel de debate que também contará com a participação e moderação de Pedro Amaral Jorge, de Eduardo Teixeira, da ERSE, de Rafael Gomes Elvira, do NEMA Committee, e de Tom House, da DG Energy, também da União Europeia. Depois será a altura do almoço, por volta do 12h30, e à tarde teremos um painel dedicado ao modelo europeu de contenção dos preços da eletricidade, que será um debate entre Carlos Miguel Urro, da European Energy Exchange, Juan Virgílio Marques, da Associação Eólica Espanhola, AEE, Martim Vasconcelos Issá, do OMIP, e Pedro Amaral Jorge, da APREN, a moderar. Teremos depois a cerimónia de entrega do prémio APREN, que teve a concurso este ano, e depois partimos para o último painel de debate do dia, um painel dedicado ao hidrogénio verde ibérico e às suas oportunidades e ameaças, que começará com 2 intervenções introdutórias, a primeira de Christian Fodak, da Smart Energy, e a segunda de Ana Momotova, da Renewable Hydrogen Coalition. Seguir-se-á depois um debate entre Ana Calhas, da EDP, Sérgio Goulart Machado, da Galp, João Cunha, da Smart Energy, Rugaciano Rebelo, da Madocla Renewables, Nuno Silva, da EFASEC e Nuno Ribeiro da Silva. Terminamos depois com o encerramento pelo nosso Pedro Amaral Jorge. De resto, dizer-vos que desejar-vos um bom evento e, sem mais demoras, chamo então o Presidente da Direção da APREN, Pedro Amaral Jorge, que dará início à sessão de abertura. Muito obrigado e até já.
Deve ser muito de manhã ainda. A chuva, o trânsito, ou então o míssil ontem dos Estados Unidos, ou da Rússia na Polónia. Bom, para nós tentarmos ter algum timekeeping, eu vou começar esperando que as pessoas, entretanto, se vão juntando a nós. Muito bom dia a todas e a todos e sejam muito bem-vindos à conferência anual da APREN, o Portugal Renewable Energy Summit, edição de 2022. E este, sim, é o evento sobre energia que é efetivamente mais conhecido e com mais notoriedade em Portugal e que terá o mote da transição energética, passarmos dos planos à ação. É um grande prazer receber-vos aqui hoje e queria agradecer a todos que aqui assistem pessoalmente, bem como quem está online, e também aos oradores que disponibilizaram o seu tempo. E vejo Giles, welcome. E vejo que já estão quase todos a chegar, e agradecer efetivamente aos oradores. A referência que eu fiz há pouco não é de menor importância e acho que temos que a referir aqui hoje neste evento. Efetivamente ontem um ataque propositado ou acidental a um Estado que pertence à organização da NATO pode ter aqui uma outra mudança de paradigma que esperemos que efetivamente seja diplomaticamente resolvida. Como já tiveram certamente a oportunidade de observar, o programa tentará abordar aquilo que são os temas da atualidade no setor da energia e, mais concretamente, na energia renovável, tendo em conta que hoje em dia nós já somos a maior integração na produção de eletricidade. E, no fundo, iremos tentar abordar todos os temas no que se refere ao aumento da incorporação de energia renovável no consumo final de energia, que, como sabemos, é o que está no coração da estratégia para a transição energética europeia. E, globalmente, iremos falar da produção de eletricidade com diferentes tecnologias, iremos falar da rede elétrica de serviço público e dos seus novos modelos de funcionamento bidirecional, estatístico, aumento da sua capacidade. Iremos também falar da flexibilidade do consumo e da produção de eletricidade, que é fundamental para colmatar e comportar a grande incorporação de renováveis no sistema elétrico, a par com o armazenamento de energia através de hidrogênio, baterias, hídrica de bombagem e, obviamente, iremos falar também do conceito do hidrogênio verde e dos combustíveis sintéticos de origem não biológica. Abordaremos também as metas do REPowerEU, as novas, nomeadamente aquela grande meta dos 45% de consumo final de energia a partir de fontes renováveis e as implicações que essas metas terão no desenho dos Planos Nacionais de Energia e Clima dos Estados-membros, ao qual Portugal, obviamente, terá também que passar por essa reformulação. Iremos também falar do novo desenho do mercado europeu de eletricidade que anda a ser discutido e abordaremos também o impacto do cap ao preço do gás natural na formação do preço de eletricidade no mercado grossista. Iremos identificar essas implicações no mercado spot diário e intradiário e também no mercado de futuros, os mercados a prazo. Como vocês sabem, a situação geopolítica provocada pela invasão da Ucrânia expôs um conjunto de fragilidades e armadilhas no nosso sistema energético europeu e ficou absolutamente provada a excessiva dependência energética da Europa em termos de combustíveis fósseis e de fornecedores de Estados não democráticos e autocráticos. E, efetivamente, isto leva-nos a que esta excessiva dependência de energia nos aponte para esta alteração do paradigma e a única forma de nós conseguirmos fazer isto será com um sistema com elevadíssima incorporação de energia renovável e só com elevada incorporação de energia renovável, com flexibilidade do consumo e com sistemas de armazenamento, é que nós podemos ter uma estratégia que nos leve a assegurar a independência energética. Como sabemos, a transição energética é cada vez mais uma urgência, e não só do ponto de vista ambiental e da competitividade e das questões económicas, a invasão da Ucrânia trouxe duas novas dimensões que as renováveis podem colmatar. A autonomia energética e a segurança de abastecimento E, obviamente, isto sempre com uma lógica de caminharmos para a independência energética e, de facto, só tendo centros eletroprodutores dentro dos espaços geográficos com absoluto controle sobre os sistemas de produção e distribuição de energia e, neste caso, eletricidade, é que nós conseguiremos, efetivamente, assegurar um sistema energético fiável, sem estarmos sempre dependentes quer da volatilidade das commodities em mercados internacionais, quer das decisões de Estados de não fornecerem os energéticos necessários. Fazendo aqui uma resenha muito rápida do ano 2022 e dos eventos negativos em diversos planos do nosso cotidiano, obviamente já referi a invasão da Ucrânia, a implicação que isso teve na redução do fornecimento de gás natural através do Nord Stream, com o impacto que isso teve em todos os preços de gás natural no mercado de futuros, nomeadamente no TTF, que está baseado na Holanda. Um elemento de não menos importância, a acentuada seca e a redução da produção hídrica, teve impactos também, porque costumávamos ter uma média de produção mais elevada e se fizemos uma substituição dessa produção de eletricidade a partir de fonte hídrica, muita dela com gás natural e com importações, mas no caso nacional em gás natural. E, obviamente, temos aqui um outro problema, que é começámos a ter um processo inflacionário muito acentuado, essencialmente provocado pelo aumento dos combustíveis fósseis e as implicações que isso teve logo diretamente no efeito dos bens alimentares. E, obviamente, isso gera uma situação de instabilidade e de perda do poder económico ou do poder de compra de grande parte da cidadania. No entanto, o ano 2022 também teve algumas mudanças importantes para o nosso setor e eu gostava de focar apenas meia dúzia deles. Uma delas é a publicação da nova Lei de Bases do Setor Elétrico, o Decreto-Lei 15/2022, a definição da estratégia do REPowerEU, como já referimos, que aponta para os tais 45% de incorporação de energia renovável no consumo final de energia e tudo o que isso implica do ponto de vista do desenho do novo sistema energético e elétrico europeu. Essa ambição europeia, que todos vocês conhecem, passará dos 40% previstos dessa incorporação de renováveis que estava previsto no Fit for 55 para os tais 45%. E estamos à espera de, efetivamente, perceber se a meta ficará por aqui ou não. Este REPowerEU vai acelerar ainda mais a implementação de tecnologia solar e de tecnologia eólica e, focando na solar, a expectativa é que até 2025, de acordo com as ambições da Comissão Europeia, tenhamos um aumento substancial da potência instalada e que até 2030 cheguemos aos 750 gigawatts instalados em espaço europeu. Já no caso da eólica, e eu vou agradecer ao Giles que forneceu essa informação, queremos passar dos 190 gigawatts instalados hoje e não para os 485 que estavam previstos, mas sim já para 510, é uma nova meta que está reformulada também para alcançar em 2030. Um outro evento importante em 2022, e este já do mês de outubro, é a publicação do Decreto-Lei 72 de 2022, que no fundo apresenta uma espécie de via verde para as centrais solares de produção de eletricidade, com a simplificação dos processos administrativos, que tenta acelerar a instalação, no fundo, de centros eletroprodutores centralizados e distribuídos, tentativamente aumentando a capacidade instalada, com a expectativa de que isto simplifique efetivamente o processo de licenciamento, nomeadamente na componente dos municípios da atribuição das licenças de construção. Gostaria ainda de destacar que, de acordo com a imprensa, em 2022, as renováveis irão gerar para os sistemas eletroprodutores que estão ao abrigo de feed-in tariff, essa tão diabolizada feed-in tariff, e ao abrigo do cap and floor do Decreto-Lei 35 de 2013, a expectativa é que geremos um sobreganho, e eu vou reforçar, não é aqui o efeito da ordem de mérito, é um sobreganho direto económico entre o preço que os produtores vendem ao CUR e o que o CUR coloca no mercado, e a expectativa é que isso gere um sobreganho de 2.600 milhões de euros para o ano de 22, o que permitiu, obviamente, manter os preços de eletricidade nas tarifas finais a grande parte dos consumidores, ou a maioria dos consumidores domésticos e a grande parte de consumidores empresariais com sistemas ainda de potência de ligação de baixa tensão. E gostava de realçar, como referi há pouco, que estes 2.600 milhões não são o efeito da ordem de mérito. O efeito da ordem de mérito, de acordo com cálculos que a APREN faz hoje estimativos, no ano 2022 tem que ser somado pelo menos mais 4.000 milhões de euros de efeito benéfico para o preço de eletricidade. E antes de concluir, gostava só de partilhar com vocês que as metas são importantes. Portugal tem feito um trabalho que me parece importante também na persecução destas metas, mas temos um conjunto de desafios ainda que temos que ultrapassar. Temos que modernizar as instituições públicas que estão afetas ao licenciamento. Estou a referir-me, sem querer deixar ninguém de fora, da DGEG, da APA, do ICNF, dos municípios, das CDRs. E eu não estou a falar que temos que substituir as pessoas, porque as pessoas fazem o melhor que conseguem com os meios que têm à disposição e têm muita experiência e, portanto, têm os níveis de competência que são necessários, mas é preciso alterar processos e procedimentos, é preciso uma reorganização total destas entidades, é preciso capacitar e formar pessoas que entrem para que se consiga efetivamente ter celeridade nos processos. Ou seja, na realidade, temos que começar a desenvolver a plataforma que está prevista no artigo 15 do Decreto-Lei 15 de 2022, e que, obviamente, a Parte disponibiliza desde já para apoiar e suportar tudo o que seja necessário para acelerar a implementação dessa plataforma. Aliás, como também é do vosso conhecimento, nós já temos em curso há praticamente 2 anos um projeto de simplificação do processo de licenciamento que temos trabalhado essencialmente com o ICNF, com a APA e com a DGEG, para que tenhamos uma interpretação comum do que é a legislação aplicável e consigamos ter melhores práticas para fazer isso. Um outro desafio é o aumento da capacidade da rede elétrica de serviço público, não só em termos do seu funcionamento, do seu aumento de infraestrutura física, mas também do aumento da capilaridade e da dispersão geográfica em termos nacionais, para que possamos tirar mais partido de algumas localizações geográficas que temos com recurso renovável e que essa possa ser aproveitada. Obviamente, seja em terra, seja no mar. E temos um novo desafio da adequada gestão do território, porque começamos a ter atividades económicas concorrentes entre elas e, portanto, os municípios que têm pouca população e que vivem com uma economia essencialmente de serviços locais, de habitação, de restauração, a incorporação das renováveis, têm que efetivamente conseguir competir de forma positiva com essa utilização do território e, portanto, a gestão do território é mais um desafio que nós temos. Não nos podemos deixar de esquecer, obviamente, da preservação dos ecossistemas e da biodiversidade. Isso está presente nas nossas preocupações todos os dias. E uma variável aqui importante que tem a ver com a estabilidade regulatória que temos referido sempre. Estabilidade regulatória leva a menor risco percebido por quem investe e por quem financia. E isso, obrigatoriamente, se traduz em redução dos preços de produção ou dos custos nivelados de produção de eletricidade. E como nós temos aqui a inflação e a consequente necessidade do Banco Central Europeu aumentar as taxas de juros, vamos ter aqui um desafio de tentar conter o acesso ou o incremento dos Levelized Cost of Electricity, provavelmente com melhores performances, com mais rendimentos, com menores taxas de degradação e tentar colmatar isso através da tecnologia. E gostaria de terminar esta intervenção inicial agradecendo no fundo, à organização do evento, aos nossos parceiros, à produção de conteúdos, mas em especial à equipa da Aprena, que tornou a realização deste evento possível e que, na pessoa da Mariana, do Miguel, do Gonçalo, do Ricardo, da Leonor, da Susana, da Ana Paula e do Diogo, tornaram este evento possível. Despeço-me aqui, desejando-vos que o dia seja produtivo, com a expectativa que deem por bem investido o tempo que vão passar aqui hoje e amanhã. Desejo-vos bom trabalho e vamos dar início às sessões. Muito bom dia.
Obrigado, Pedro. Passamos então ao primeiro painel do dia, que será dedicado ao Repowers EU. Para acompanhar aqui o Pedro, que será o moderador desta sessão, eu chamo aqui ao palco o Giles Dixon, da Wind Europe, a Valburga Hemmetsberger, da Solar Power Europe, e o Nicolás Gonzalez, eurodeputado, que se vão juntar aqui ao Pedro nas cadeiras, à partida. Thank you all for joining us. Entretanto, como forma de introdução a este painel, vamos ter ainda a participação de Kerstin Njorna, da DG Grow, que se junta a nós através do vídeo pré-gravado. Portanto, vamos passar agora a emitir. Obrigado e até já.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to share my thoughts with you today, and I would like to thank the Portuguese Renewable Energy Association for this opportunity. I regret I cannot be with you in Lisbon. Last year's summit was around renewables and economic recovery. At that time, we were only 18 months into the pandemic. Who would have thought that a year later, on top of this unprecedented health crisis, we would be where we are now? At the start of a major energy crunch with the risk of a new world conflict looming over our heads. Not to mention the ever more tangible effects of climate change. I still have in mind the massive wildfires that you experienced last August in the Serra da Estrela National Park. This series of crises calls for action, as underlined by the motto of this year's summit. It is high time the European Union finds a way to cater for its own security, prosperity, and long-term resilience. And I would say that right now, energy is the crux of the matter. As you very well know, the Commission presented in March its Repower EU plan with a twofold objective: to diversify away from Russian fossil fuels and to accelerate the deployment of clean energy technologies and notably renewables. As a matter of fact, if we look at the situation retrospectively, Portugal has become a frontrunner in Europe because of its geographic situation in the Iberian Peninsula, and in particular its disconnect from the web of pipelines and huge supply of cheap Russian gas that powered much of the rest of Europe. Portugal invested heavily in supply diversification and renewable sources of energy. Now things need to move everywhere, and they need to move fast. Imports of Russian gas have decreased by 70%, 70, and an effective diversification policy has been put into place. We're also gaining momentum on clean tech deployment. Take hydrogen, for example. The European Commission recently cleared over 10 billion euros of state aid for hydrogen projects, including in Portugal. We will be able to see the first large-scale projects take shape soon. Various large-scale electrolyzers are expected to be operational in the 5 years to come. And we aim to replicate this success for biomethane and solar energy. The industrial partnership on biomethane was launched in September, and in December we will officially launch the European Solar Photovoltaic Industrial Alliance. However, achieving our ambition to become the first carbon-neutral continent requires also strategic foresight. At DG GROW, we focus on two huge and interlinked challenges: supporting renewable energies manufacturing and securing supply chains. Take the example of wind energy. If we want to deploy 40 gigawatts per year, we will need 1,500,000 tons of steel, 250,000 tons of iron, and over 20 tons of permanent magnets per year for the EU market alone. Another example with heat pumps. Production has to be scaled up to 10 million units per year, but chips are getting scarce and expensive. The European Commission is working on this, and a Raw Materials Act has recently been announced. It should help us identify strategic raw materials and their supply chains, improve monitoring, risk management, and early warning mechanisms. We are also working on several other fronts, such as permitting, simplification of procedures, or the possibility to introduce non-price criteria in public renewable energy auctions. This would also activate a new production chain in the recycling sector. And last but not least, we need to invest massively and strategically. The EU is putting in place a sustainable finance framework to drive this transition. We have a range of instruments: the EU taxonomy, which is a classification system that brings clarity and transparency to channel more investments towards sustainable projects; a voluntary European Green Bond Standard to trigger investors' confidence; and various other financial tools such as InvestEU or the Innovation Fund, where EU public funds are used to attract private investments, complemented by a favorable state aid framework at EU level for national funds. Ladies and gentlemen, we are facing a tough equation. We have to strike the right balance between weathering the current energy crisis and keeping sight of our long-term ambitions. Renewables are at the heart of this twofold challenge, and I believe Repower EU package provides several far-reaching solutions. To walk the distance, we must work together like never before, in unity and solidarity. I know Europe can count on your experience, on your insight, to harness our energy transition successfully. In this endeavor, rest assured that the European Commission will remain a committed partner. Thank you.
Well, good morning. Thank you very much for making the time. With COP and everything, I know it's not easy for you guys to be here, so we appreciate a lot your presence and being here in person. I have a couple of topics that I would like to discuss with all of you regarding this new context that we are living since even more effective and more intense since February 2022. And I prepared a set of questions to get and to pick your brains and know exactly, because you are on the front line of what is happening. And I have a set of questions that I'm going to organize, but I have a set that's for all of you. And I will start with Walburga. And then I have one topic for each one of you to develop so we can hear your insights regarding energy transition, regarding REPowerEU and this negotiation of the trilogue and all of that, and where are we heading and how fast are we heading. So, as a context, Europe's new energy strategy brought us a new vision for the role of renewables in the near and mid-term future, and the European Commission tabled REPowerEU action plan, which details how exactly accelerate expansions of renewables, raising targets to 45% total of energy consumed. What do you think are the biggest challenges and hurdles to overcome to be able to achieve this target? And what are the main messages to member states, governments, European Parliament, and the European Commission so that we can actually make REPowerEU becoming a reality? Walburga, thank you very much for being here with us today. You are the first one.
Thanks very much for having me, Ola, and obrigada for having me. That's the only thing I can say in Portuguese. Very sorry for that.
No, it was great.
But before I'm going right away on your question, maybe just some introductory words, because you asked me also what member states should do and not. We in Europe have been waking up from a dream, and this dream was really fueled by the belief that we can base our wealth, we can base our growth on global partners. Mm-hmm. And usually when you're waking up in the morning, and maybe all of you can relate to that, when you're waking up, you're a little bit disoriented still, so it's not the best time of the day to take major decisions which have long-term implications. And sorry for that analogy of only having 3 hours of sleep on the way from Sharm el-Sheikh to here. But when we're waking up, we should first of all think, take a coffee, and then make decisions. So it's a little bit the same with this crisis. What we're doing at the moment is throwing overboard concepts which have served us for a very long time. And what I mean by that is intervening into the electricity markets. And this is completely detrimental. What is good is indeed what REPowerEU has presented. We are also seeing now the European Commission proposing emergency measures for renewables, a renewables booster. So this is the other side of the medal. So this is taking us forward. What we need is fast renewables deployment, and what we need is reducing gas demand. And that's exactly what REPowerEU is proposing. So what we should avoid is short-sighted decisions that keep us in the crisis. And intervening in markets is definitely something we should avoid, and it's only serving the fossil industry. So what is it? What are the challenges ahead? So REPowerEU is tackling many of these challenges, and I think we're still going to go deeper into it. Mm-hmm. But mostly what it is, it's we need to go faster. So it's about permitting. I already mentioned the renewable booster measures the European Commission has been putting forward, which we very much support. And it's about skills, because we cannot be held back by the lack of skills. Happy to go also into these details, because there's a huge opportunity for jobs in Europe. We just recently launched our second job report, more than 1 million jobs by 2030, if we go faster, even 1.5 million jobs. So huge opportunities, so faster permitting skills. And then infrastructure. We need to invest in our grids. We need to have a very clear pathway on storage. And that's where governments are really requested, where the EU is requested to come up with an emergency plan for infrastructure. You know, back in the time when we had the oil crisis, the International Energy Agency was founded. And what did they do? They were obliging member states to have oil reserves, build up storage on oil, substantial oil storage, infrastructure. So it's the time now in this crisis to also foster our grid infrastructure and to build storage in order to get us where we need to be. And the third thing, and then I stop because I think we still have time to dig into some of the details, is resilience. Because as I said in the beginning, we've been waking up to a new reality where we all of a sudden realize that we cannot always rely on our global partners. And what we need to make sure is that all the products we need in order to build solar, in order to build wind, that we are not completely dependent on third countries. So we need to have European solar industry when it comes to solar. And it's the right time now, and as Kerstin Jörner just mentioned, the European Commission is acting. They have set up a PV industry alliance, but it's really about speed now, about getting us competitive, and about making sure that we have all the components we need for our transition, getting us out of this crisis.
Thank you, Valborga. Giles, I would like you, I don't think you need introduction, but please feel free to introduce yourself and give us your initial comments on the question that I just made, and I'm going to go back to it again, which is, what do you consider to be the biggest challenges and hurdles to overcome that we are able to achieve this target, the 45% of renewables incorporation, and what do you consider to be the main messages for member state governments, European Parliament, and the European Commission, so that we can actually make REPowerEU to become a reality?
Thank you, Pedro. Good morning, ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen. Renewables in Europe have never enjoyed so much ambition from governments. And that ambition has not only survived, it's been strengthened by the two crises Europe has been through in the last 2 years. COVID needed quick economic recovery, quick investments. Renewables are shovel ready. The renewables targets went up. The war reinforced the importance of energy security. Renewables targets have gone up again. Not only have the targets gone up, but now governments recognize also they will not meet those targets if they do not radically simplify their permitting rules and procedures. Very good. But things are not so good out there. We still have huge permitting bottlenecks. We still have bottlenecks in the supply chain as well. Big issues around the cost and availability of key materials and components. The wind energy supply chain is operating at a loss today. Question marks over how far this energy transition is actually going to be made in Europe. And now we see that investments in renewables across Europe are in decline. Why? Mainly because of uncertainty about the rules in the energy market. We understand governments wanting to intervene to support families and businesses, but the wrong type of interventions scare investors away. And there are some big utilities in Europe recently announcing they're scaling down their renewables investments here. So, 3 things we've got to get right. First, the market design. In the short term, that means making sure that market interventions are clear, simple, ideally technology neutral, and that governments don't go chasing after the revenues and the profits of those renewables that are on fixed income and are not earning the high wholesale prices. Most wind farms, as you know, in Europe are on fixed income from a government contract, a PPA, or because they have hedged. Then the long-term electricity market reform. The European Union is working on this. Clearly, today's market design doesn't work long-term for renewables because it's all about covering operating costs and not the high capital costs that we have in renewables. We trust the European Commission to get this right. Perhaps they need to ensure we can earn good revenues from balancing the electricity system, that we can earn revenues also maybe from capacity and availability. Second thing we've got to get right is the permitting. The EU's done some very good work here with its new energy strategy, Repower EU. They're enshrining this principle of overriding public interest. Expansion of renewables is always in the overriding public interest. Very good. They're also reinforcing the idea that we should take a population and not an individual-based approach to species protection. We should not strive to protect every single bird, animal, or fish. And crucially, they're enforcing that 2-year deadline to get all the permits and to take the decisions on permits. And they're clarifying that that clock starts ticking when the first permit application goes in, and it stops ticking when the last permit application goes in. So you've got to do all your permits within 2 years. That is not the case today. One final observation on permits. There are now new EU emergency measures to give immediate legal effect to these new rules that I have just described. Unfortunately, there's a glitch in what the European Commission have proposed, because they have proposed that these wonderful new rules should only apply to new permit processes. To which we say, but what about the 100 gigawatts of wind and solar that is today in the permitting process somewhere in Europe? Well, the new rules won't apply, according to the Commission's latest proposals. Ladies and gentlemen, we are trying very hard to get this changed before it's agreed. And I was discussing it only yesterday with João Galamba at the COP. He said, too right, we've got to change this. Final thing we've got to get right is the design of the renewables auctions, but I'll say a bit more about this later.
Thank you, Giles, and thank you very much. We appreciate you coming with your limitation, but you're moving perfectly. Nicholas.
Bom dia, obrigado, Pedro. É muito difícil falar em inglês depois de escutar a Gilles, mais sendo espanhol, mas tratarei de falar inglês. Thank you, everybody. I don't have too much coincidences now with Gilles. Sometimes I have, but now we have some differences. First, to answer the question, I think that if one thing becomes clear is that we cannot rely anymore in partners like Russia and in our dependency in fossil fuels. So we must accelerate the deployment of renewable energies. For me, it's clear. About the target, as you said, the European Commission has proposed to raise the targets from 32% by 2030, and now we are moving into 40% or 45%. I guess that 45% will be the final outcome. I hope so. So I will fight for that. And we are now involving in trilogues to discuss also this point. But in any case, we will fight. Probably the members, the problem, the major obstacle is now in the Council. They are trying to undermine this possible target. But I think that also the member states know perfectly the problem we are living, the emergency regarding to the supply of fossil fuels, mostly gas from Russia, is a problem for all the member states. So I think that we can reach an agreement. About the renewable energy measures and about the Repower EU, we can discuss more things later. But I think that the Parliament has increased most of the sectorial sub-targets in accordance with the ambition of Repower EU. And I think that it's key to make the 45% possible, also to increase all of those targets. I think it's a coherent position. Gilles mentioned permitting, and I think the permitting is one of the most important issues if we want to accelerate the deployment of renewable energies and to install massively wind and solar new power I believe that. And I think that we should accelerate the permitting process. But there are significant bottlenecks in the administrative procedures, and also we can see a lot of differences among member states. It's not the same, the permitting process in Portugal or Spain than in Germany. I think there are a big difference. So it's not only the European legislation and use always this Article 122, there is an article in the treaty to use in emergencies. And I think that all projects are not emergencies. So I think that the new projects is okay, but I think the Commission is abused in the use of this, Commission and Council are abusing in the use of this article, avoiding the discussion. We need also discussion, and we need to listen all the agents involved in the deployment of renewables. But I think the Commission has presented good ideas, like the identification of areas with lower environmental risks to shorten and simplify the administrative procedures. I think that we should define this spatial planning. I think that we need to go to difference in the acceleration areas and non-acceleration areas. So with this process, we can help also to involve the people, to engage the people in the deployment of massive renewables. I think that in Portugal, also in Spain, we have problems with the public acceptance. So we cannot avoid this discussion, because probably it's not a problem for the industry, but it's a problem for politicians. Mm-hmm. We need votes, and the people vote. So we cannot forget, don't undermine the politics that fight for increased renewables. And it could be a problem because we have other political options that don't believe in the deployment of renewables that sometimes are encouraging these groups that are fighting against the deployment of renewables. So I'm in favor of speeding up permits, but we need to be careful in order not to create regulatory insecurity, undermine citizen rights, and overload administrations that can generate the rejection of renewable energies by society. I think this is important. If we accelerate the deployment of renewable projects using the wrong tools, this will go against citizens' acceptance, and in the end, it will cause rejection, paralysis of investments, and regulatory insecurity. I think that citizen acceptance is key to avoid problems in the acceleration of renewables. So don't forget that. We have to speed up permitting, but taking into account this balance, that is important. That is important. I think that also in Portugal, we have seen the far right increasing in votes. So I think the far right doesn't believe in renewables. They rely on fossil fuels. Don't give a space, don't give room to these options. We need also the citizenship involved in this energy transition. And lastly, we can discuss more things later. I want to speak about hydrogen. I think the Iberian Peninsula has great expectations when it comes to hydrogen, mainly green hydrogen. So I have to say that we should define what is green hydrogen, and we should define what is additionality. And we are waiting for the Commission to present a long-expected delegated act that they didn't present, and the deadline for them was almost 1 year ago. So we are calling the European Commission to present this delegated act, that is very important to clarify the legal framework. Because with a clear legal framework, industries won't invest. And I think it's a big opportunity for the south of Europe to increase our deployment of renewables, but also to create a new industry and clean industry, very clean industry and very advanced industry, and also to transform our countries in this case, Spain and Portugal, as a hub in Europe for hydrogen and also for gas. I think that REPowerEU established a very ambitious target, but in order to comply with these targets, to increase the possibility of producing hydrogen, we need this clear legal framework. But I'm finalizing. Later we can discuss other things.
Nicholas, thank you very much for the news that you are bringing, because they are relevant to the industry. What I would suggest now is I have a topic that I would like you to actually go into details, and I will start with you, Giles. You mentioned in one of your publications that the REPowerEU action plan hits the nail on the head, and that the EU wants to build out energy from 190 gigawatts, and initially it was 480, and now it's 510, just in 8 years. But you can only do that, as you mentioned in your initial presentation, if you simplify licensing and permitting, and that's what REPowerEU aims to achieve. It also acknowledges that the European Union has to support the wind industry supply chain, as you mentioned, and Europe's 5 wind turbine manufacturers are all operating at a loss. Bring on this support for this supply chain. New renewables must be made in Europe. So the question I have for you is, can you please share with us what you consider to be the main measures that the European Commission and Member States need to implement to enable the possibility of installing now the 510 gigawatt of wind capacity? That's point one. How do you envisage the split between onshore and offshore installed capacity? And for the offshore case, what would you recommend that the member states should define and implement to make it a success and achieve the targets that they are envisaging? The floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Pedro. The new target that the EU have set for wind energy requires us to build 39 gigawatts of wind farms across Europe every year. Last year, we built 11. Over each of the next 5 years, we expect to build, on average, 18 gigawatts. The main problem is permitting. Nicholas, fully respect what you said. Let me add 2 points. All the opinion polls show citizens, consumers want more wind onshore and offshore as quickly as possible. They know it's cheap. In the country you know best, onshore wind saved electricity consumers 4 billion euros on their bills last year. Consumers also know that we don't have Russian gas anymore. We've lost 80 billion cubic meters. That's got to be replaced. The European Commission call us every week to ask not how many wind farms can we build by this winter. Okay, we'll get through this winter, but by next winter. That is the challenge, Nicholas. So we have to accelerate the permitting, and we understand why you institutionally has reservations about an Article 122 instrument, and rest assured we are saying to the Commission and Member States, please respect what the European Parliament is saying in the REPowerEU file, at least. So we've got to solve the permitting. We've then got to build out the grids. We've got to double the amount of money we're investing in transmission and distribution networks across Europe. Cross-border interconnectors, lots of money in the local distribution networks, money into smart grid, and investments also to optimize the existing grid infrastructure. All those lines and cables we have out there today are not working at full capacity. There is huge scope to max out on the tension and temperature and get more electrons in with new IT hardware and software. Then we've got to think about the supply chain. In wind, we have 2 challenges. Making sure our strong supply chain in Europe, with our 250 factories today, making sure it survives, because it's losing money today, and then helping it to grow, because those 250 factories cannot produce enough wind turbines to get us to 510 gigawatts. A lot of this is national policy rather than European policy. One problem we have is there are probably only 3 national governments in Europe that really get it today on the need for an industrial policy for wind energy. That's Germany, Portugal, and the United Kingdom. I'm afraid the government you know best, Nicholas, doesn't quite get it, which is surprising, given all of the factories you have making turbines in Spain. But we're working on it, and maybe you can work on it too. Investment tax credits to invest in new wind turbine factories or upgrade the existing ones. You get them in America now, under the Inflation Reduction Act. You do not get them anywhere in Europe. That's not right. We're asking the EU to put in place a scale-up fund, money going through the European Investment Bank at good rates to support these sort of manufacturing investments. Right, the onshore-offshore divide. Pedro, the 510 will break down, if we hit it, 110 gigawatts offshore and 400 onshore. There'll actually be much more offshore elsewhere in Europe. The UK will do 50 gigawatts, and Norway will do a bit as well. How do we build out offshore wind so quickly? We only have 16 gigawatts in the EU today. We're targeting 110 in just 8 years' time. Got to build out the supply chain. We have bottlenecks already. If you want to buy foundations for offshore wind turbines in Europe today, you've got to wait 3 years before any of the foundation manufacturers will have space to make anything for you. Maybe Portugal can contribute something there, Pedro. They're doing a lot in Galicia on this. The auctions have got to be right. Most countries have a regular timetable of auctions for offshore wind, and the industry knows there'll be 1 or 2 gigawatts of new offshore wind farms auctioned every year between now and 2030. You have your very ambitious target of 10 gigawatts floating wind in Portugal by 2030. We greatly look forward to seeing the firm auction schedule on the back of that. We know these 3 working groups, Pedro, are working on it, will report with recommendations by next May to the government, and then get the auction design right as well. One of the 3 working groups is focusing on this, and the best auction design is the contract for difference model. It was born in the UK, and now it's the model applied in France, Poland, the Baltic states, Greece, Spain, and let's hope it's applied here in Portugal as well. Final thing you've got to do to support the expansion of offshore wind is get all the other stakeholders on board and keep them on board. Who do I mean? I mean all the other economic and societal interests that have a stake in the same sea space that we want to use. The fishing industry, the environmental biodiversity organizations, the military, the shipping companies. You've got to engage these people early. You've seen the problems they've had in France with fishing groups blocking each and every individual offshore wind farm. Do it the Dutch way. There, they got the offshore wind industry and the fishing industry in a hotel in a remote part of the Dutch coast, and they said, you reach agreement on where the offshore wind farms are going and how you're going to compensate the fishing industry. And 3 days later, they came out with an agreement. It's that kind of nationwide sector-to-sector agreement that you need with these other key societal and economic stakeholders.
Thank you very much, Charles, for your comprehensive and detailed analysis. Valburg, I'll go to you, and I'll leave Nicholas for the end because we're going to get the treaties from the discussions on the European Parliament, and so I'll leave it to the end. And we'll have some questions from the audience also. Again, I'm going to quote you. You mentioned also that to achieve the European Union's strategy for solar energy, REPowerEU puts 4 main initiatives. Multi-rooftop PV development, facilitate utility-scale development, pave the way for smart solar and hybrid projects, and accelerate the deployment of the EU solar PV manufacturing capacity. And you also mentioned that within the right frameworks in place, 1 terawatt of solar capacity is within reach for Europe by 2030. So the question I have for you, divided in 2, is, can you please share with us what consists each of the initiatives and which are the main actions that needed to be successfully implemented to enable the main 4 initiatives to becoming a reality? And what do you consider to be the main challenges that solar industry and the value chain will face to achieve 1 terawatt of installed capacity by 2030? And I'm going to give you a break, 2032. Okay? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. A lot in this question. Let me start maybe because you're mentioning this 1 terawatt figure. Let me start by saying where we are today. We're at 1 terawatt of solar globally today. So it sounds very ambitious to have 1 terawatt of solar by 2030 in Europe. We're at 200 gigawatt today. But if you look at it, and if you look at how much, at what pace we're growing at this point in time, We do think it is achievable, and when we're talking to our members, we have more than 280 members across Europe, they're very much agreeing on the feasibility. The European Commission, when this crisis started, asked us how much we can do this year. We have our yearly forecasts. We're looking every year into the next 5 years globally, but also in Europe. And we said, well, our high scenario tells us that, we've done some almost 30 gigawatt of solar last year. Our high scenario tells us that we can do, if we really mean it, 40 gigawatt. We will come up with our latest European market outlook in a couple of weeks. And this market outlook will go beyond these 40 gigawatt. I'm not going to tell you where we are today, so to keep a little bit the excitement, but we're well beyond these 40 gigawatt in Europe today. So we do think that we can be at 100 gigawatt in 2026. Some people in the industry think it can be 2025 already, but this is the pathway we are going. Still, it is not enough, and I think what we need to bridge is the next winter. And that's why I also want to reply to your comments, Nicolas. The European emergency measures, the renewables booster they're proposing is exactly doing that, just trying to get us over the next winter. So it is not in any way impacting the discussions you have in the parliament on the long term. So I would very much hope that you could agree, and also because I think you mentioned one element, acceptance, which is incredibly important. I fully agree with you. But most of the measures which are put forward by the European Commission now in this renewables booster is exactly in areas where citizens want us to go faster. There's a lot about solar rooftop. Citizens want to have solar on their roofs. They're really trying to do their best to get it. But okay, for the moment, it's still supply chain issues we have. We will overcome these because there's a lot of panels coming on the market as of next year. But second, it is permitting, and that is one of the areas you wanted me to touch on. It is permitting. It takes 1 day to install solar on the roofs, but people have to wait for 6 months or longer in order to get the permits. So this is something where you have acceptance, more of that. They want to have renewables.
Sorry, can you reinforce that? It takes 6 months for people to get permit to install on rooftops?
But in some countries, it takes 6 months. Indeed, for example, Germany and other countries as well. Whereas you could do it technically in 1 day. Yep. So people just have to wait for a very long time to get their permits. And that's what the European Commission now wants to change. They want to have permits in 1 month. Repowering, that's another area where the Commission wants to gear up, because it has a very, very high potential of a couple of gigawatts added to our system already for next winter. So they're proposing that this should be done also very fast. So this is also something where we don't have acceptance problems. So I think there's a number of proposals, and by the way, they're not just talking about roofs, they're also talking about infrastructures, also having bigger plants, alongside infrastructure and so on and so forth. So all things where I don't think we run into acceptance problems, and all things which are just bridging the gap until the rules you're working on are coming in. It would be nice if this could also include some measures for large-scale plants, because also there we do think that there's some plants which are either in the permitting process today or new plants. So I also agree with the statement made earlier that we should also look at those plants which are currently in the permitting process. But there are plants which are not in environmentally difficult areas, Natura 2000 and so on and so forth, where permitting can be speeded up. So that's permitting.
Thank you.
But it was important for me to mention it because I do think that there's a big value in speeding up and getting us over the next winter. You mentioned also 45% renewables. Thank you very much for this support. I do think that this is also one of the major milestones in the Repower EU, that the European Commission is topping up our ambitions for renewables for 2030, 45%. It is a signal. some say, why do we need goals? We just need measures, in order to get renewables on the ground. But I do think it is a signal that Europe really means it. And I do hope that member states will support it, because it's not a done deal yet. Member states still have to agree to it. The Parliament agrees to it. The European Commission has put it forward, but now it's on member states to set that signal and get us on the right path. And then, all these elements, I'm just going through it quickly. There's the rooftop initiative. Citizens want to have solar on their roof. And that's why the European Commission also, because it's something which can be implemented very fast, is now putting forward a proposal to oblige solar on roofs, on new roofs in any way, because it's a no-brainer that you should use the space which is available and which is not used for anything else in order to produce electricity. Just to give you a figure, 25% of our current electricity consumption can be covered by European roofs, and that's a very conservative estimate. So it's probably much more than that. It's from the Joint Research Center of the European Commission. So this is space which is available. In addition to that, we have a lot of carports. We have parking spaces. We have infrastructure along motorways, which can be used very easily, old mining sites, where this is possible to use it. But the mandate...
Let me just ask you, do you guys are looking at this and then overlapping with existing grids to make sure that all of this can actually happen? Because we have a lot of opportunities where there is no grid unless it is a self-consumption, which is an option, but it's always good to have the support from the grid in mines and old platforms in the infrastructure.
No, sure. I mean, the grid needs to be thought alongside. But when we're talking about roofs, we want to promote self-consumption. So we want to promote self-consumption. We want to have the right incentives that people are also self-consuming, either individually or collectively. So more and more, we also want to push for, and the European Commission is pushing for collective self-consumption. So, and also there, because there's many DSOs who are very concerned about, having more solar on the roofs. But there's some really low-hanging fruits we can already. There needs to be investments, obviously, but there's some low-hanging fruits which can already be harvested. So we've come up with a grids paper where we're putting forward all these low-hanging fruits, how solar on the rooftop space can be better integrated. For example, by obliging the grid operator to really make flexibility available and also have more capacity on the roof, which maybe is not always then inserted in the grid, but allow for more capacity in order to have self-consumption. So that's the rooftop initiative. Very important to get support from member states, not to water it down, because citizens want it. And there's some very good examples in different regions in Europe where we already see that this is very successful. Then permitting, we already touched upon it. It's nice to see that Portugal is putting forward some measures already in order to speed up permitting. There, I do think the greatest challenge is staffing. That's what we see in many member states, that there's not enough personnel to just go through the permit registrations and treat them. Digitalization would help, obviously, but probably staffing can be done much more quickly than digitalization, but it needs to happen. It needs to be speeded up. And then the EU PV Industry Alliance that Kerstin Johanna was also touching upon, where I was mentioning that we really need to have more resilience in Europe. We are in Europe still global leaders in parts of the supply chain. For example, we have the raw material producer, one of the global raw material producers here in Europe, that's Wacker Chemie. They're one of the global leaders when it comes to polysilicon. But we need to close the gaps we have in the supply chain when it comes to ingots and wafers, when it comes to cells and modules. There are great projects out there who want to scale up. The European Commission wants us to scale up to 30 gigawatts of production in Europe, and there is huge interest of projects which are banking on new technologies, state of the art, and are really looking to get the innovations which we are making in Europe to get them on the ground. Now the problem is that this strategic interest has also been discovered by other parts in other parts of the world. The US has just recently issued the Inflation Reduction Act, you probably all know, where there's massive amounts of investments going into manufacturing. So what does it do? It's really a little bit like a vacuum cleaner. So all these projects which have had an interest of investing here in Europe, all of a sudden are looking into the United States because it's very attractive. Just to give you one concrete example, Enel Green Power, they're investing into a manufacturing facility in Catania, in Italy. They received some EU funds for it, 100 million euros. That's a scale up. But they're telling us now that if they would do the same investment in the US, they would get 14 times as much. 14 times as much.
1.4 billion.
Quite a big amount of money. So, for some companies, it's a no-brainer to now look at the opportunities in the US. So what we need, and you asked me about the challenges, what we need is a very, very good action plan. We need something a little bit similar to the Inflation Reduction Act. We need, because the bottleneck is financing in Europe, and also the high energy prices are hitting the industry to some extent. So this is very important. And the last thing I wanted to mention, because it is important, is skills. Great opportunities, as I mentioned in the beginning. 1 million jobs, 1.5 million jobs, 2/3 of the jobs are in PV industry or in the deployment of solar. But we need to fill these jobs. And there also governments are the ones who need to look into what kind of gaps are there and how to fill these gaps. We need to attract workers to the solar industry. We ourselves are launching a platform on the 1st of December where we're bringing together companies and job seekers, and where we're cooperating with training institutes and with universities. Because the idea is really to, on that platform, tell job seekers what kind of skills they're still missing in order to get all these jobs which are available, and to give them at the same time the right way in order to get these skills, so to link them with universities, link them with training institutes. So it's terribly important to fill these jobs which are coming on the job market, which we already see today is becoming a bottleneck, and where also the Commission has seen that there is something to do and has come up with a skills partnership and a pact for skills, which is a good initiative, but still, the work needs to be done at local level, and member states need to identify the gaps and help us in closing these gaps.
Thank you very much. Nicholas, before I pass out to you, just I invite you to, if you have questions you would like to put to our speakers, to please use the platform of the event, and I will receive the questions on my iPad, and then I can formulate them to the speakers. Thank you. So coming back to you. First thing, you are not sitting in the middle by coincidence, okay? But I'm sure you can handle it. And now we would like to hear from you that, given your direct involvement on the negotiations and you being the S&D Shadow Rapporteur of the Renewable Energy Directive and the REPowerEU modification on the Renewables Directive for the acceleration of the permit granting process for renewable energy projects, and you being, as we speak, in the middle of these negotiations, can you please share with us the most important outcomes of this negotiation process that is going on and that you are a part of it?
Yes, I'm part. I'm the shadow rapporteur of the Socialist Group. But first, let me come back 1 minute.
Go ahead,
to
please feel
discuss
free.
with Gilles, and also some things pointed out from Walburga. First, Gilles, about the investments in renewables. We have to take into consideration that we cannot give money to those companies that they say they want to invest in Europe, and then suddenly they close these factories and they localize these factories. That things happened in Spain last year with some European manufacturers and in other parts in Europe. So I think that is very important, because They ask for supporting schemes, but at the same time, they are closing factories. So they are leaving European workers behind. And this is a point that we have to mention as politicians. I think it's very important to take this in consideration, because we don't only want the massive deployment of renewables. We want this industry here in Europe. Also, we have to involve workers in the transition. We have to improve the skills, and also in the Renewable Energy Directive that we are working on right now, we are trying to support member states to approve or to develop some skill schemes in the country, so for universities and also for other degrees of education. But of course, this is very important. Galicia is in Spain, it's my region, it's close to Portugal. I will be happy to be also in Portugal. It's not a problem for me. But I want to mention that you mentioned that the Spanish government didn't bet in renewables. But you mentioned Galicia, and you mentioned offshore wind production, the jackets that were made for the offshore platform that is in Viana were made in Galician shipyard, in Ferrol, and we are investing 40 million euros to increase the possibilities of production of this factory to produce all the sorts, all the types of jackets that are in the world right now. And this is a public shipyard. So also we are paying this with Next Generation EU. So we are investing a lot, but we are investing in those facilities that are not leaving Europe at the first problem that they find. So it's important to mention this, because we want the industry. Surprisingly, then this industry also use Chinese steel to produce these wind towers. That is something that we have also to improve. Mm-hmm. I think that the CBAM, the carbon border adjustment mechanisms, should help on that. And I agree with Walburga and all the things that you mentioned on this use of the Repower EU in Article 122, like the use of this emergency procedure to move forward in these things that could help in the next winter. But there is one thing that is worth to me, that is the overriding public interest in any case. They can use also in cases that are not very clear that there is this overriding public interest. We have to be more careful on that. Yes, it's only for new projects, but we have to be careful on that, because sometimes the administration doesn't have all the tools to go further in these administrative procedures. We need more people working in the administration, because in the financial crisis, we cut a lot our administrations, and now we don't have enough public servants to help us. So what we need also some taxes schemes, I mean social democrat schemes, to protect the administration in order to help us in the deployment of renewables. Later, I have to mention the negotiations, sorry.
No, take your time, please, go ahead.
Yesterday, but I agree absolutely with you in the massive deployment of roof, the solar roof initiative. I think that the decentralized system also helps, and the massive use of these infrastructures that already exist, like roads, like the industrial areas, the ports, the harbors. We can use all this infrastructure to produce more renewable energy. And I think that now in the discussion that we are in the Renewable Directive, we are trying to encouraging and to increase these possibilities. I think that also helps and involves also the citizenship and increase the public acceptance, because for public acceptance we have to compensate, but not only fishermen. This is a country, my country, that we have some rural areas that are in the population. There are decreasing the population. So we have to maintain also this population. I think that renewable projects are also an industrial opportunity, but we need all these industrial opportunities right in the place that we are producing renewables, not in a different city. Because if we want to engage in the rural communities, we need and we should give them also the benefits, some of the benefits of this deployment of renewables. And then about the trilogues, and sorry for, I apologize going in the, but for me it's very important to mention this. And trilogues, yesterday we had the second trilogue, and the positions are closer and closer in important articles such as the heating and cooling. We are trying to have some binding targets for this sector. Mm-hmm. That is important. It's a very important negotiation because in the Parliament the final outcome was not to have binding targets because some of the groups voted against. I voted in favor, but now with the member state we are trying to reach this common position, different levels, but some binding targets. The next trilogue will be next December 14. I think that it could be, I thought possible. I see that it's very complicated to find a final agreement, I mean in the RED 3, because we are dividing the RED directive negotiations in two parts. RED 3, that is the system, the initial revision of the directive, and RED 4, that is the permitting issue. I mean, these trilogues right now are about RED 3. The next trilogue I mentioned will be in December, and I think that it's very difficult to find an agreement in this trilogue with the Czech presidency, but we will see what happens. It could be possible. About the RED 4, I think the schedule is very tight, and it's partly because the Parliament and the Council are forming their position on the acceleration of permitting. We voted last Monday the position in the ITRE committee, so we have to wait for the next plenary. That is the plenary of December. There is no time to go to the next week. That is the next plenary in Strasbourg. For me, I want to mention some of the points of the ITRE position that we have approved. First, in the deadlines, the maximum time for granting permits. Let me mention that we divided the go-to areas or the acceleration areas and non-acceleration areas. So the permitting process in the acceleration areas, we approved 9 months compared to 1 year that was proposed by the Commission, and 6 months for repowering projects or for projects of less than 150 kilowatts, or even for storage. Mm-hmm. I think it's important to mention. The projects outside the renewable acceleration zones, we approved 18 months versus 2 years proposed by the European Commission, and 1 year for repowering projects that are less than 150 kilowatts, or storage. And for solar energy equipment and in artificial structures, including buildings, we set 3 months as proposed by the Commission. It's very difficult to shorten a lot this timing. And also a simple notification for solar installation below 50 kilowatts, and the obligation of member states to remove the requirements for construction if they are still in force. So I think these are very positive improvements and outcomes. And finally, the article of the overriding public interest, I think that this article is not amendment in this ITRE report, and the final outcome is the same proposal from the Commission. And I think that we should limit in time this possibility. We have to restrict. It's my position. I don't know what is going to happen in the next plenary. And also in the public participation, I think that some amendments didn't pass, but however, the ITRE position incorporates provisions for greater participation of the actors involved and affected. I think that member states should perform an integrated multi-level approach, taking into account the regional and the local, and should take into account the flexibility with the demand, the activity, the flexibility potential of the active demand response, the potential to renewable energy self-consumers. I think it's very important to mention this in a country like Portugal with a lot of sun, and ensure that public opinion and the expected industrial development that I mentioned before and the employment associated of these projects remains in local communities. I think that we are in a good way to go to plenary. I think that the next trilogue, after the approval, the next plenary, the permitting procedures, we will have trilogues. But I think that in this point, the positions are very close. I can see some difference in member states when it comes to the acceleration of the permitting process, because those things I mentioned before, the existing difficulties in the member states, in their administration body. I think that we should improve also this. We should take into account that the financial crisis was a problem for that right now. So we have also to protect our public administration in order to improve the permitting process.
Well, thank you very much for that, and for sharing those most recent news regarding the negotiation. Before I ask you the final set of questions, I have a couple of them here from the audience, and let me just check which ones are the most voted. And the first one is, what do you think, for each one of you, in 2 minutes please, what do you think is missing in the REPowerEU package for Europe to address the need for decarbonization? We can start with you, Nicholas, and then.
What lacks in this REPowerEU? I think that I mentioned a lot of things that we try to improve. I think that the things that we need are will. I think will is very important from all the member states. So setting, for example, banding targets guarantees that we have this will, because it's a mandatory will, but in any case, it helps. And secondly, we need financing, of course. And we have to improve financing schemes, because we are now entering in a stage with high interest rates. The mortgages are costly, cost more than previously. We have to help our industries to avoid this problem, and this problem of the bottlenecks in financing. I think that some administration, we had to use better Next Generation EU, because 2/3 of Next Generation EU were dedicated to the decarbonization, so it's very important to mention. And then we have to solve things that I mentioned before, like the delegated act on hydrogen. It's very simple. It's very simple. We want to produce hydrogen. We want to produce mainly green hydrogen. So we had to create a clear legal framework. And of course, I ask for a clear delegated act with additionality, with a clear additionality. Not, okay, I can agree that it cannot be very ambitious at the beginning. We need a progressive ambition. But of course, we need this additionality, because we are the Iberian Peninsula, we have sun, we have wind, we have good neighbors in the north of Africa with a lot of sun, so we have a lot of green electrons. We have the potential of a lot of green electrons that can help us to produce this green hydrogen. So as a part of the South, we need to restrict this criteria of additionality. Okay, not a big restriction, but not everything, not every electron is green, and should be very clear, because there are some countries trying to undermine this possibility and using wording low carbon hydrogen. We have to give clear difference where is green and where is low carbon. I think it's very important for the deployment of this industry. We need this industry, and we also have to rethink how we create a green hydrogen industry in Europe and also in our countries, I mean Spain and Portugal. We want to be exporters or we want to be users. I prefer to be users because we have to export, but I prefer to be user because use green hydrogen. If you use green hydrogen, you are saying that you have a big industry. So why not to attract big industries from other places to the south before giving our green hydrogen to the north. I think there's also justice from north to south. I want to mention that because we are dealing a lot with this. We want to export, and we have to export green hydrogen in the future, but we have to use our green hydrogen to decarbonize our industries. And I think that we must support this on the south.
I completely agree that if you attract with the lowest levelized cost of electricity, we're going to have both from wind and PV, that you can actually generate the green hydrogen and then attract energy-intensive consumers to actually invest in Iberia as soon as we get the carbon border adjustment mechanism to make sure that...
Let me mention one thing. For example, in Spain and Portugal, we have only one aluminum facility producing primary aluminum. But Iceland has 3. What do we prefer, to be as Iceland or only produce in one factory aluminum, primary aluminum, that right now is closed because the high prices of energy? What do we prefer? We prefer also these industries here because I think that we have this opportunity right now.
Well, let me try and answer the most voted questions from the audience. I will start with you, Giles, and then I'll finish with Walburga. And one of the questions here says, Giles, you said that contracts for difference are the best option for auctions, but Netherlands auction showed that a zero bid with qualitative criteria is feasible and better.
You can have an auction that is contracts for difference with non-price criteria. In fact, the European Commission is promoting that model now, and the UK government is considering how they can bring non-price criteria into their CFD auctions as well. The first question about the supply chain, you're absolutely right, Nicolas. Public money should only go to factories that are staying open and growing. You're also right, we are too dependent on Chinese imports. You mentioned steel. It's actually 20% of all of the steel towers for wind turbines in Europe we are importing from China. But it's 100% imports from China for the glass fiber fabrics in the blades and for the permanent magnets that we have in so many of the turbines. And that's got to change. Piece of good news for you, Nicolas, and for everybody, many of you will be aware, Vestas are closing down one of their factories in China. They don't have many left. They're closing
They
it down.
closed it 2 in Spain, so it's not good news.
They did close one factory in Spain, Nicolas, but listen.
2.
The production from the factory they're closing that makes blades in China today is coming to Tablas de Daimiel in Castilla-La Mancha, Quixote country. You can't get much more rural and Spanish than that, Nicolas. This is a good news story. Now, back to auction design, because this is a key part of how you support the supply chain. The great thing about having these non-price criteria in auctions is that you reward the value that the European supply chain offers. You reward the investments European industry has made in having recyclable blades, biodiversity, fish farms, aquaculture in the offshore wind farms, the investments we've made in hydrogen and batteries to support system integration. And last week, as you mentioned, Pedro, we had the first big non-price criteria auction in Europe. It was in the Netherlands. It was decided 90% on non-price criteria, all about system integration. It was extremely successful. They have another one coming up in December, which will be 50% on sustainability criteria. And this is great, and it's great for workers, but there's 2 other things you've got to do in auction designs. You've got to index those auctions, because there's a big time lag between the government fixing the price for the wind farm and the wind farm developer and the turbine manufacturer actually procuring all of the components and materials. And the input costs go up during that time lag. So the contracts for difference, whatever the auction result is, has to be indexed. You've then got to avoid negative bidding, this idea that renewables developers put money on the table for the finance ministry for the privilege of building wind or solar. This is crazy. It's like those 3G, 4G auctions. Remember, a few years ago, they nearly put Nokia and Ericsson out of money, out of business, because they were having to put so much money on the table to get those licenses. It just creates additional costs, which have to be passed on then either to consumers or to the supply chain, or both. We know you've had one solar PV auction in this country that used negative bidding. We hope you don't go down that route for wind. And we hope you have the right auction design, the right support for your factories, so that your workers in places like Vagos and Viana do Castelo can continue to make their turbines.
Giles, thank you very much. I'll explain you later why the negative prices were feasible, but we'll leave it for the other moment on the coffee break. Now I have a dilemma here. I either ask you a question about the photovoltaic industry, but I'm going to stick to the rule, and I'm going to ask you a question about storage, which is the most voted one. And in your opinion, what is your vision how to push for storage with the price availability and the tech challenges that we still find in the market? Can you comment on that?
So that's a little bit relating to the first question, which went to Niklas. What we think is still missing in Repower EU. We've been pushing very much for also having storage included, because if we want to really go down that road of electrifying our economy and provide the lowest prices to European citizens and European businesses, we need to make sure that renewable electricity is available 24/7, and that's where storage is coming in, and that's what is still missing in the plans of the European Commission. So we have high goals deploying solar, deploying wind, but we are still missing a plan for storage. So what we are proposing is that we will have a strategy like we have it for solar, like we have it for offshore wind, also for storage, because we need to look into how we can get to the point where we have enough storage. Our figures tell us that we need to have some 200 gigawatt of storage by 2030, and we need to get working on it. And it's true that there's a lot of discussion about lithium and some bottlenecks, but the European Commission already is working with the Battery Alliance to push for innovation in that sector. And if you see how quickly things are changing in our sector, I also do think that some of the challenges we still face when it comes to storage can be overcome. And by the way, storage is not just batteries. We have a whole range of different storage possibilities. But where we see, according to the study we've done on 100% renewables by 2050, where we see the biggest growth is in batteries. But it doesn't mean that we don't need all the other storage technologies as well in order to get us to a point indeed where we have these 24/7 availability of renewables.
Thank you. And 1 minute each before we finish and wrap up the panel. And I'll start with you, Nicholas. What do you expect to be the most 3 important outcomes of COP27 for Europe and for the renewable energy sector?
For the renewable energy sector, I think that we have to continue in this agreement to accelerate the phase down of unabated coal power. I think that this is the great opportunity. Displacing coal and also other fossil fuels will have to improve the possibilities of the renewable energy. I think that it is going to be very difficult in this context, and also we need to avoid some subsidies that we are giving to fossil fuels. But I think that it's very difficult. I don't know which is the scheme for supporting fossil fuels right now in Portugal, but I think that you are helping also people using cars and so like in Spain. So I think this is a very bad moment, but we have to avoid and to have to focalize all these subsidies only the people that really need the subsidies. So I think that we have to look for carefully, search for the right position in Europe to give also signals to the world that we are betting really in renewables and not in coal. This is one point very important. Also the access, we must ensure the access to clean energy, not only in countries like us, in the European Union. We need also to involve in this deployment of renewables non-development countries. I think that is very important to mention that, because we are forgetting this possibility, and we have also possibilities to invest there. And then the third point that I want to mention, and it is very clear, we have to comply with this objective of 100 billion per year to invest in the loss and damage, and to support other countries that they are suffering too much the consequences of climate change, and they don't have financial possibilities to fight against that. We are suffering this also in our countries, but we have possibilities to be resilient, but they don't have. We have to help them, and we have to comply with our commitments. I think that I hope to achieve an agreement on the loss and damage mechanism will be a very good outcome of this COP. And I want to mention that this is a very transitional COP. I only want to mention that. I'm not sure that the next one will be definite, a very important COP, but for sure this is a transitional COP. I think there are more expectations right now in the G20 and the things that are happening with the war and Russia than in the COP27.
Thank you. Walburga, your three main outcomes.
Yes. So first of all, I do think, I mean, the aim, indeed, you said it, it's a transitional COP. It's about financing. It's about loss and damages. So I hope that the negotiating parties will come to a very good agreement on that one, because it's very important to show that we're supporting other parts of the world. But ultimately, we're not at 1.5 degrees Celsius yet. But what I've seen at COP is it's always a great networking opportunity, and all these countries coming together, talking to each other. I was at a panel on a panel with our Commissioner Kadri Simpson, where she was also asked, you know, when is the next pledge coming? Because we have a role to play to show, you know, what is possible in Europe. And then she was asked, when is the next pledge, a higher pledge from the European Union coming? And she said, like, you know, with all what we're doing today, it is highly likely that we're going to top up the pledge as Europe anytime soon, and then hopefully for the next negotiations at the next COP, because we have a leadership function in Europe. We need to show to the world that it is possible, but it is also clear that most of the things which have to be done are in the emerging countries, where, you know, still a lot of coal is burned, where still a lot of vested interests are just making that renewables, even if it would be a no-brainer to develop them there, are not developed. I was in Algeria with the commissioner just a couple of weeks ago. The most sunny country you can imagine, but solar is at a very low level just because of vested interests. And these are the kind of things which need to change, and hopefully will also change with all the global leaders meeting at COP and exchanging and also helping each other out. So I hope at the next COP we will have some clear commitments which are bringing us more closer to 1.5 degrees Celsius.
Thank you. Giles, please.
Three things: permitting, permitting, permitting.
That's a quick answer.
But this is for COP.
We have to simplify the permitting rules and procedures in all areas, not just in the go-to areas. We need more staff in the permitting authorities. Absolutely right, Nicholas. And we've got to digitalize those permitting processes. You know, if you want to build an onshore wind farm in Italy today, you've got to invest 40,000 euros in photocopying costs alone. And then we've got to simplify permitting for all projects, not just the new projects, but that 100 gigawatts that we have stuck in the pipeline in Europe. We're not credible globally at the COP or anywhere else while we have that and we don't unlock them and reap all the benefits that will come.
Thank you, Giles. A round of applause to our speakers and wrap up the panel here. Thank you so much for coming. One final note, Dort got sick, so she fell ill, she couldn't come, and so I will invite you now to the coffee break and we finish the panel here. Look forward to see you in half an hour. Thank you.
Olá a todos, bem-vindos de volta. Hora de dar início ao segundo painel de debate deste nosso primeiro dia de conferência. O tema deste debate é o desenho do mercado europeu de eletricidade. E para participar neste debate teremos Rafael Gomes Elvira, do NEMA Committee, Tom House, da DG Energy e Eduardo Teixeira, da ERSE, com moderação de Pedro Amaral Jorge. Convido a todos para entrarem e ocupar as suas posições. Até já!
Yeah, we can leave Tom in the middle, so he's on the tight spot. One minute and we'll go. Well, good morning. Welcome. Thank you very much for making the time to meet us here today. I would kindly ask you to introduce yourselves. I will start by Eduardo, and then I prepared a couple of questions that I would like to pose to you. So, Eduardo, please.
Well, good morning. First of all, let me thank to APREN for the invitation to be here.
Our pleasure.
It's always risky to invite a regulator, which are normally grey people, to be in a greener discussion. But I brought a green tie in order to make it easier for the discussion.
It's the right color.
My name is Eduardo Teixeira. I'm the head of Markets and Competition Division at ERSE, which is the Portuguese regulator. My background is economics. I work for ERSE for more than 20 years. It's quite hard to say that. It's a long time experience. And more than happy to discuss these issues here. It's quite important, a very fashionable topic in this panel, although quite risky. And I will further on say why I think it's risky to address this topic right now. But I have a very bottom line message, which is in stormy conditions, don't try to make plans for the future, in the long-term future, and I will develop this further on.
Thank you so much, Eduardo. Tom, would you kindly introduce yourself, please?
Thank you. Yes. Good morning, everyone. I'm Tom Howes. I'm from the Energy Department of the European Commission. I've been there on and off for 15 so years. I worked on the first Renewables Directive a long, long time ago, but more recently I'm in the directorate it's relatively busy at the moment. We have the directorate that's responsible for the renewables directives and the short-term measures. The working on the market design, working on hydrogen policy. So there's quite a lot going on in the directorate at the moment. And happy to be here today to talk about what we think is going to, how do we deal with the stormy waters of today in terms of trying to address a very real political need to tackle energy prices in today's climate, but also maintaining a stable regime, a clear, safe investment environment for renewables in the future. So, I mean, for me, it's interesting because a couple of years ago, when we were talking about market design, we were worried about low prices, negative prices. We needed the scarcity rents to be able to finance renewables investment over the long term. And then a year ago, that all changed. And about a year ago, we started to introduce all different sorts of measures, the toolbox, the Repower EU, which we heard about this morning, emergency measures to reduce energy consumption, both in gas and electricity. And various countries have been, as you know, producing short-term measures to try to tackle costs, high prices. And that's where we are today. There are various measures that have been done by member states. The Commission is trying to make sure that these are sensible, that they don't contradict the fundamentals of the way the market's meant to work, and the long-term price signals we expect to generate the investments that we need. But it's difficult given the different circumstances in different member states. So the Iberian solution has been talked of around Europe, but it isn't seen as the wonderful solution necessarily in different parts of the EU. And that's one thing the Commission has to do, is to digest all the different suggestions and models that are out there and work out the implications for the internal market across the whole of the EU. This is a process that we're in the middle of. We're going to be producing a consultation document in the course of the next weeks to publish before the end of the year, to put out, sketch out the ideas, the options that we see evolving. But we very much want feedback on that, and indeed feedback today. I'm looking forward to the responses, because there's lots of different models out there. We don't want to rock the boat during stormy waters, but there is a political need to address the situation.
Okay, so let's just ask Rafael to introduce himself, please, and then we'll start with the set of questions I have here. Hopefully that we are going to tackle all of those issues. Rafael.
Thank you, Pedro, and good morning to everyone. First of all, thank you for the kind invitation, Pedro. I personally feel very honored to be here.
We are honored that you will be able to make.
I feel like at home, you know. Well, first of all, my name is Rafael Gomez Elvira. I'm serving for OMI, which stands for Iberian Market Operator. My job is Director for Public Affairs and Marketing, but today I'm representing here, the 16 nominated electricity market operators in the European Union. After almost 25 years of marriage, I mean, my wife still struggles with understanding what I do for a living. And I'm saying that because the first decoupling, we face is, the one in communication terms. There is a big decoupling between, what the experts, energy experts think, and politicians as a reflection of the society they wish. So we need to fill this gap between politicians, the whole society, and the energy experts. So I will try today, and that's the reason why I thank you for inviting us here. NIMOs, are the formal entities by the European regulation to perform the decoupling day ahead and intraday coupling across Europe. For example, OMIE is designated by ERCE, the Portuguese regulator, as well as by the Spanish one, to perform, the coupling function for the spot markets. So we are, in the European regulation, a fundamental part of the decarbonization process toward 2030. We are there. We are in the regulation 943 for the very first time, as a formal regulation approved by the Council of the European Parliament. So NIMOs do perform a formal role, for help, Europe deliver the climate targets in 2030. Second message, we are not the problem. I will go into the details. Mm-hmm. We are part of the solution. Please, the big message here is that, a wholesale market, this wonderful, this by far the largest, energy integration project worldwide, the most sophisticated one, is part of the solution. It's a fundamental part of the European, decarbonization in the decades ahead.
Thank you very much for your initial introduction. Tom, I will start with you. Ursula von der Leyen said in August that the skyrocketing electricity prices are now exposing, for different reasons, the limitations of our current electricity market design. The market was developed under completely different circumstances and for completely different purposes. It is no longer fit for purpose. So I'm going to ask each one of you, but I will start with you, Tom. Can you please share your thoughts regarding this statement, and not only necessarily from a political point of view, but also from a technical point of view?
Well, I should start by clarifying, you do realize she's my boss.
I know.
So
That's why you sit in the
I
middle.
agree with her. She is right on. No, in the sense, we are dealing with circumstances and market circumstances which no one anticipated. As I said, in the past we were worried about low prices, negative prices, and here we are with wars, with disrupted supply chains following the COVID recovery, where we really didn't anticipate being, and there's an overriding political need to address the high price situation. So it isn't being resolved as we had anticipated in theory in terms of a market functioning well. The market is functioning well insofar as it's sending us very high prices in response to a massive unanticipated supply shock. But politically and socially, we're uncomfortable with the idea of that market playing out and providing very high scarcity prices, which is what investors need, but is what is unacceptable in terms of retail pricing and the economic and social impact. So in that sense, it is a completely unexpected, unanticipated situation. And I mentioned before a couple of the measures that have been tried across different countries to address it. The Commission's come up with all sorts of proposals. There's been all sorts of attempts to reduce prices through tax deductions and so on. We're now looking at the way we can maybe intervene in different ways in the market on a temporary basis. And that's triggered a reflection of, okay, well, is this something that's going to go away? Or do we need to make a more substantial change to the way the market's working? And in that sense, the idea of decoupling is the one that's come up, in decoupling in all its forms. If it is the gas supply shock, which is triggering the unacceptable changes to electricity prices, what can we do there? Now, we've tried the revenue cap that will come into play on the 1st of December. And there are other possible measures out there. Trying to decouple the high gas price from the wonderful renewables prices has become part of the political narrative. And that's one of the things we have to turn our attention to. So in that sense, it is a good description of the current situation. We've got various measures out there, but we're needing to come up with changes that address such a shock for the future in a way that does not disrupt the fundamentals of the way markets signal both price signals for long-term investment and for short-term dispatch. It's not the simplest equation to balance, and I'm open to suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tom. Eduardo, can you please share your thoughts with us on
certainly.
this topic?
Well, Tom started by saying that he agrees with Ursula because Ursula is his boss.
And she's right.
I can even say further, I agree with Ursula even before Ursula said that the market needs a reform. And this is quite clear, and the agreement stops there. I think if we want to be completely honest, we should recognize the fact that most of the features that we are now discussing as quite impacting features in the market, which call for a market reform, were already present in the market 5-10 years ago. We have, under this context this stormy weather that we are facing, we have basically, in terms of energy prices, two basic features or two main issues. Level issue, the price is too high, and a volatility issue, the price is changing too often. And that's basically what we were discussing some 5-10 years ago when we were thinking how to integrate renewables into the market. But back then, the price was too low and also quite volatile, but less volatile. But the main issues were already there. So I take this present situation not as the root for the discussion, but as an accelerator for this discussion in terms of market reform. And even if we look to the broader picture of market design, we can see that when we start discussing the liberalization process in Europe, we had the ability to foresee the existence of forward markets and spot markets. When we start implementing the market reform liberalization in Portugal, we took the example of the Nordic countries. Nord Pool was clearly an example. And if we look back then in the early 2000s to the liquidity that we have in spot market and in forward markets, we see a lot of the liquidity in forward market. What we have right now is the other way around. A lot of the liquidity in the spot markets and very low liquidity in the forward markets. So, and I think this is quite important to acknowledge, because if there is something that we should do in terms of reforming the market, in terms of restructuring the market, is to put a lot more emphasis on how to build forward contracting, how to build upon forward market development, which is basically what we need to create a favorable environment for investment, because the renewables deployment which we are seeking to have, they need a lot of investment. And investment calls for stability, predictability, which is precisely what we don't have right now. So I think taking good consideration what your boss has said, because we are really experiencing something that was really unexpected for various reasons. We have the perfect storm situation with geopolitical risks, with some climate impacts, especially in the Iberian Peninsula. But this is a quite exceptional moment, and we should learn from it, but not take this exceptional moment as the rule for the future. And this is the basic line that we have to do. I think jumping to conclusions based on our current assessment of the situation, I think might lead us to something that we don't want, which is a market design which proves not to be functional in order to achieve our targets in terms of renewable energy deployment and to meet the climate change challenge that we're facing.
Thank you, Eduardo. Rafael?
So let me start, getting to the point. You asked about the statement by the chairwoman of the European Commission. It's what I call a political accident. But I fully understand. I fully understand that, because we have never seen, I repeat, we have never seen, such a level of political pressure. So I wanna, from my personal, pure personal point of view, is a political accident. Politicians and the society, we see, the name is skyrocketing, electricity prices, and there is as well a skyrocketing political pressure. So this is my personal first message. Second, sorry to say that, but guys, we are in a war, and we are completely into a full war economy. Sorry, that's reality. And this is another decoupling between what I wish and the reality. But the reality is we feel, the signals of the, war economy. Markets in general are there to reflect realities. What is going on in the electricity market is that markets are reflecting scarcity. They reflect, levels of volatility never seen in the European Union since the very beginning of the liberalization. But that's the reality. As a poor engineer, the reality is that sorry, Pedro, because I mean, we need massive investments in renewables. But the reality is that, you know, the European transmission network needs currently massive amounts of gas. Last year in 2021, you know, the level of the Russian gas was well above 40%. Now, 7.5%, 8% maximum is the level of, you know, gas dependency. Then that means that in the same way, you know, in the COVID environment, we saw prices at the level of euros per megawatt hour. In 2022, we see hundreds of euros per megawatt.
Thousands in France.
Even thousands. But in the Iberian Peninsula, hundreds. Thank you, Pedro. In Europe, we see thousands. And this reality, this is a signal, again, of a world economy. Second, please don't kill the messenger. We are the messenger. We reflect the reality. If you kill markets, you will kill the flexibility we will need for accommodating all the new realities in energy market. I want to refer to flexibility because it's a fundamental part to allocate the demand response, you know, to engage clients, active clients in the markets, and to democratize, you know, this energy sector. Very curious. I mean, we have, you know, enforced the Directive 944. It was mentioned by you, by the way, at the very beginning in the opening address. I want to see well-implemented Article 15, 16, 17, energy communities, active clients. You know, the democratization is already an European law to be implemented in every member state. It's part of the solution. It's part of our future. It's part of the decarbonization.
I agree.
The signals now by the spot markets are clear. Please put your money in renewables rapidly. Put your money there, invest there. Don't kill the messenger. And please allow, you know, this transition happens. Finally, which are the key elements of the future electricity markets? There is kind of obsession, you know, in Europe regarding the so-called marginalism. You know, the day-ahead market, the European day-ahead market is just one segment of the European wholesale market. I invite you all to start talking about multi-layer market, multi-segment market. Is the challenge to address. So instead of targeting the day-ahead market, let us target the real European wholesale market. We can discuss more in the later on about the details. But I mean, this is kind of multi-layer market instead of unique day-ahead market.
I agree. Thank you, Rafael. And now I'm going to take advantage that Eduardo is the regulator and also an economist. So I'm going to take advantage of you. According to a CER report from April 2022, the current energy crisis is in essence a gas price shock, which also impacts electricity prices. With economic recovery in 2021, global gas demand bounced back to pre-pandemic levels and outstripped supply. Despite increasing liquefied natural gas deliveries to Europe, linked with the rise in gas prices, sharply decreasing Russian gas pipeline supplies and the related geopolitical uncertainty put strong upward pressure on prices. I emphasize it, upwards. In 2022, Russia's invasion of Ukraine heightened the crisis, resulting in unprecedentedly high gas and electricity prices. that severely impact consumers, retail suppliers, market participants, and others. So I will start with you, Eduardo. Can you please share with us what do you think and envisage to be the near future of electricity market design? And the other is, how can Europe ensure affordable retail electricity prices without endangering the needed investment in renewable electricity generation? And what market mechanisms can be more suitable? I know it's 3 questions, it's a lot, but thank you for
I'll
taking...
do my best. Let me start by saying that I'm still wondering why do you say it's an advantage to have a regulator here.
I'll let you
Nevertheless, I'm taking back to what Rafael has said before, that his wife is always asking, what do you do for a living? My wife, and I'm on the second marriage, so I have 2 wives saying basically the same, what are you doing? Not what are you doing for a living, what are you doing? So I think it's quite illustrative of how the regulatory work is seen by the common citizen. And this is something quite important in order to address the future, because when you ask me what basic features should be present in the market reform, what is the most important features in this redesigning of electricity market, one basic issue is to keep the eyes in the future, although we are in the middle of the storm, with no clear view of the line of the horizon. And we are trying to see where to go, to set the path. And the first thing that we should acknowledge is to take a deep breath, have the perfect knowledge that we are under a surviving and contingent mode, not necessarily the best option to follow when we are trying to set the future. So it calls for a lot of, I would say, very, very contained thoughts, not necessarily, Tom was saying that the European Commission is addressing the different features and different mechanisms that were in place in order to address the skyrocketing price that we are facing. We should not take these measures and these interventions as something structural. It's something that we have for the short-term response to the crisis that we are living, not necessarily the best way to set the future. And we should take into consideration that probably some of the features that we need for a market reform are already there. We don't have to throw everything away and start from scratch. It's probably a huge mistake that we will make if we go through this way. As Rafael was saying before, don't kill the messenger. Markets are there. They serve a purpose, and they have to be embedded in the market reform with a multi-layer, and this I will agree with Rafael. And this multi-layer, I think in my view, will have to be less spot market-centric and more forward market-centric in order to, because the basic feature is that we are trying to have massive volumes of investment, mainly in renewables, which are capital-intensive technologies.
They are.
And I've heard you saying this for a bunch of times, and therefore we need to a more stable and more predictable, more friendly environment in order to foster investment in this situation. And I think this calls for developments in the forward contracting.
I agree.
And taking the advantage to have here the European Commission, you take advantage of having the regulator, I take the advantage of having here the European Commission. there is also a feature that should be addressed, which is the linkage between different regulations set by European institutions. Financial regulations of derivatives markets is totally misleading for the energy sector, and that should be addressed. The impact, the severe impact that MiFID and EMIR is, I know that Tom, you are on DG Ener, not DG Fin, but I think a better cooperation, a better mutual understanding of these features is clearly needed in order to build a new market design which proves to be functional and makes sense to market participants. And this is something that we have to address. I'm not saying that we have to throw away all the features in financial regulation of derivatives market, but I think we should develop, we will need to develop how to better adapt the basic principles in financial regulation, which is to contain systemic risk to the energy sector and to have a functional energy sector and a functional energy market with forward contracting, more liquidity in these markets, and even more friendly environment to investments. Because if we don't, and organized marketplaces are quite important in this sense that they provide broad opportunity to market participants with different scale market participants. Otherwise, if we stick only to PPAs or to other forward contracted mechanisms, they will favor the incumbents in the market, the large companies in the market, which in my view, it's probably the opposite that we were intending in Europe with the liberalization process. So organized marketplaces are quite important to have different scale market participants with hedging opportunities, with financing opportunities in the market. Because even in the renewables deployment, we will have different scale projects in renewables, very local, small scale projects and very large or quite large, small scale projects. And all of them have to have a reply from the market design, have to meet in the market design the opportunities to compete, the opportunities to be integrated in the market and to prove the market to be functional. So this is quite a huge task that we have in front of us. Try to convince our friends in financial world that some changes have to be done, and not to take this as an exemption, an undue exemption for the energy, but a necessary exemption to adapt to the circumstances, to adapt to the specificities of the energy market, because otherwise we will pay the price afterwards with higher interest rates, with higher costs for the energy consumers. And if there is something that this crisis has proven is the huge impact that the energy sector may have in the global economy, in terms of inflation, in terms of risk of economic disruption. So my basic call for this market reform is to have a better balance between those layers that Rafael has mentioned before.
Thank you, Eduardo. I think I actually discussed this in a meeting that you kindly invited me and APREN, and also with Domip and Domier, and I think it was more than 2 years ago, where actually forward strong liquidity with depth market will incentivize tremendously market participants, and it will increase investment in renewables because you can offset and hedge a huge amount of risks, because there's no brainer regarding renewable electricity. The lower the risk, or the more regulatory, the more stable the regulatory framework and the more foreseeable and predictable it is, the lowest is the weighted average cost of capital, the largest is the tenor, that's the minimization of levelized cost of electricity, and then you have this huge amount of power going to the wholesale market, although it can be traded in other markets, reducing the wholesale market price due to the order of merit. So this is a no-brainer, it's like a recipe for a cake. Can you please give us your thoughts on the initial question that I just put? If you wish me to repeat, I will do it because I might have distracted you a bit.
Thank you. Thank you, Pedro. Well, I mean, essentially, I agree fully with Eduardo. I mean, it's very, it's fantastic, I mean, to hear you. As a regulator, playing a fundamental, function in the, in the regulatory architecture in Europe, I mean, as I foresee, the market is, we need to retain the European spot market. I mean, it's the best, by far, again, is the best allocation mechanism for the short term. There is no other way. If we, change this market, simply we will anesthetize the cross-border flows. We will anesthetize, the flexibility and the demand response again. And we are gonna, it was mentioned in the roundtable in the morning, we are gonna, damage the massive investment we need to allow this decarbonization happens. So it's pretty clear. One fundamental thing about the process is we cannot go too fast. And this is a message we already shared with the European Commission. Because if we go too fast, I agree with Eduardo in such a stormy conditions, car very fast in the middle of a storm, for sure we are gonna crash the car. We are gonna have an accident. And NIMOS, we are putting the car. I mean, I don't care about the car. But I mean, the passengers, you will be the damage. So be careful with the rhythm of the process. Second, another invitation to you, instead of, saying we need to reform the market, this multi-layer, I mean, we need to change, this reform into evolution, approach. We all recognize we need to develop better this multi-layer market and accommodate, all the needs by all the market participants, all the players, even the small consumers now with the solar, in your roofs. So we need to accommodate all the new realities and actors in the energy market. So we need to start to talk about market completeness instead of market reform. We need to complete this market with new segments, with new opportunities, with new products. For example, in the very short time, I mean, we are dealing with the 15 minutes. It's called more, time granularity. In the same way that you can see, the price of your cab, in every hour, every minute. I mean, you can check the price of a cab, every 5 minutes, and it will change. Now you can see the electricity price from 1 hour to another hour. In the future, you will check how electricity price will change in every 15 minutes time period. This is the option to give you the right to maximize the benefit of the price signal. You can choose the moment in which you want to consume. But absolutely, we need to complete, this European market with more hedging opportunities. We run also forward markets. We have OMIP, and my chairman is there. He will take the floor later on. I don't want to enter into this arena, but volatility is the new normal. We need to be prepared to, afford this huge volatility. So I'm with Eduardo. We need new instruments to put, more liquidity in forward markets of any kind, but more forward markets. Financials, very good point, excellent point. Let us be careful with how tough is the derivatives regulation. In some way, it is stifling, the forward markets, and so it's very difficult to trade there with such a restriction by regulation. So many things, but let us be focused more on the long-term trading options and products for the European clients.
Thank you, Rafael. Tom, can you share some thoughts regarding this point?
Sure. Firstly, we as well welcome the ACER report, explaining just that the market is functioning. It is the messenger. And perhaps the first thing to flag up before, to politically diffuse the situation, it's important to respond to the message that the market is giving and to address the fundamentals. So that's why a lot of the work the Commission's been doing before getting to market design is okay, let's reduce our peak electricity demand by 5% across the board. Let's reduce our gas consumption. Let's boost our gas storage. All of these are measures that we can take to actually respond to the price signals that we're getting and improve the situation, which diffuses it politically, which hopefully allows us to reflect more calmly on what we should then do in terms of market design. And there, I'd agree with both of you. Firstly, we are talking to our Department for Financial Services because, again, there have been automatic reactions to deal with the huge fiscal cost, financial cost to companies from the increased prices in terms of hedging and collateral requirements. And again, rather than have national responses, which are costing governments millions, it would be better if we can take a consistent approach across the board and amend the regulations. So we are talking to financial people there to make sure that there's a reflection of the current needs. And in terms of the market design, for us, this is very much an open question. We've hinted at a couple of suggestions, and they build on what you're talking about. They build on the question of how do you produce longer-term price signals in the forward market. How can you? Is it just a matter of rolling out more CFDs, more PPAs? Is that how we're going to stabilize things, or are there other devices to introduce? How can we do that without giving preference to dominant incumbents? Because again, that's a concern also close to our hearts. So our thinking is along the same lines, but we are open to all different sorts of suggestions out there.
Thank you, Tom. Go ahead, please.
About financial regulation. We acknowledge the fact that financial institutions have addressed the fact that the collaterals requirements were too high and how to address. But when I was addressing the issue of a better balance between financial regulation and energy sector regulations, it's more a question of is the risk assessment tools that are applied in financial regulation adapt to energy market, forward contracting markets. And I think there's room enough to discuss this issue of risk assessment in terms of energy markets. Not necessarily only the collaterals and the level of collaterals and the level of requirements, but also the risk assessment in these markets. I'm sorry for this comment.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, Eduardo. Just a small comment for market geeks. If we look at the euro-dollar currency spot and forward market, I'm not sure it's the most liquid market in the world, but if it's not, it's very close to it. And I think when we look at that, we see exactly how market functions. And that's what we need to try and understand on the electricity market, how it actually needs to work so that renewables are the first ones where money goes to, and not creating loopholes in the market design to make sure that you do not maximize renewables. And that's the challenge we have here. And we can always look for the euro-dollar currency market, spot or forward, futures, it doesn't matter. It's one of the most liquid markets in the world. And so if electricity electrons start to be very liquid, this is a nonsense in engineering terms, but it doesn't matter. It becomes to be very liquid, then we have a way to look at how the market should work. But thank you for allowing me to just mention this. Now, Rafael, I will start with you on the next topic. Renewables seem to be the more effective answer to energy independence, security of supply, and decarbonization. I agree with the person that wrote this. Okay. Nevertheless, current electricity market interventions created uncertainty, lack of visibility, and regulatory instability, which are crucial for investment decision and usually impact negatively the levelized costs of electricity. So for the three of you, and I'll start with you, Eduardo, which do you think must be the pillars of the European electricity market design so that we ensure energy independence, security of supply, energy prices as an economic competitive advantage, and decarbonization? And the second topic, what do you think is the role of IPPs in the ancillary market to be contracted by either TSOs or DSOs? Will a conflict develop on what concerns who can own the assets to provide balancing services? Just, I want to make a declaration of interest. My members are IPPs, and so I'm defending that balancing services go to them as a market opportunity. So just to make that clear, okay? Go ahead, Rafael.
Well, thank you, Pedro, for the, in the questions you already responded, to many things, I guess, but again, we cannot take, Eduardo was addressing this, we cannot take the so-called emergency measures as the blueprint for the future. Mm-hmm. This is, I guess, a thing we are going to face in the coming years, tragic years. But we need to think carefully of the, a stable regime for the European wholesale market. It was a pity, almost 1 year ago, the nominated electricity market operators, formally requested, the member states, to decide on a EU-wide emergency, system approach. It was, I'm trying to be very factual. I guess it was not possible. I personally think that the European Commission did very well, but you didn't manage to convince all the member states to implement the same emergency scheme. And the result was, having, lots of, national schemes as mushrooms, in Europe. So you are right. This is giving, a crazy level of, uncertainty to the market participants. The challenge to address is when they expire next spring, are they going to remain national? Because we already have, an European emergency regulation to start into operation 1st December, right, Tom? So the big question is, and I guess the big demand by all parties is, please give visibility to this chain next spring, whether national, schemes will remain, or we will, start a transition towards an European scheme, because it was already mentioned that we fix out the problems of this winter, but we are starting to think of the next one already. So we need to, fix out this issue and to give proper visibility and certainty to the market participants. Well, again, many years working on European regulation and integration, and even as an Spaniard, I feel very sad because the question is, do we need an European war to start building in a serious way more cross-border capacities?
Seems like it.
Come on, it's too tough, no? Isn't it? So even in these difficult times, we still see many member states and national governments with, very huge divergent points about, more cross-border facilities and infrastructures is really a pity. If we want to build an European and truly European market, we need, it's time to, I heard the 2022 will be the turning point for the European energy system. First pillar of this turning point is taking seriously the building of new cross-border capacities, please, and this is a big request. Second, already said, more and more liquidity and instruments in the forward markets. And third, I will stop here. We need absolutely, this CBAM, the carbon border adjustment mechanism to be in place to safeguard, the decarbonization process and investment in Europe. This is extremely crucial. I'm very happy to foresee, coming this instrument very, very soon.
Thank you very much, Rafael. Now, Tom, this is a big question that I would like to hear you on.
Well, to start with the no-brainer that yes, we're very conscious of the need for the policy stability. I mean, that's, to some extent, you almost get that automatically when you have European legislation, because it can take quite some time to adopt the legislation, and even longer if ever you want to change it. So that legislation in itself can provide stability. I guess one could also flag up in addition to the legislative framework, the policy messages. There's a bit more clarity and stability when it comes to policy messages, because everyone at European level and at national level is going to say we need more renewables investment. We need to trigger that. We are heading probably for 45% renewable share. We are heading towards a decarbonized electricity system and growing electrification. So those long-term messages, and I guess high-level messages, are pretty constant and pretty stable. But then you hit the rocks of crisis and short-term measures, to which we get national responses. And again, it's different national circumstances which have triggered a national need to respond to these things. We try to come up with solutions that address the different national circumstances and reinforce the European dimension to the whole market story. And that's automatic to us. That's the way we think. So when it comes to the future design, that we will build on the existing pillars. We will be addressing the same goals that we've always been trying to address, and also trying to boost competition is another fundamental to us. So yes, more IPPs taking part in all markets and making all markets more liquid. These are our goals. What we have clearly struggled with is convincing member states in Council that their national differences are not reason to take a different approach, and sometimes contradictory approaches, at national level. And we've seen this most recently. We've got the Iberian measure, which works well in some instances, doesn't look like it would work well in others. And yet the national responses have not always been big thinking when it comes to whether this is going to work across the EU. And perhaps that's a plea to join with us in our explanations of what we need for a stable European market, is to get that messages to our political interlocutors in Parliament and in councils, that you shouldn't be addressing your local concerns with contradictory local measures, disruptive local measures, when we can come up with agreed, broader European-wide solutions.
Thank you, Tom. Eduardo.
I'm afraid I will be a little bit repetitive in what I'm saying, but basically, when you ask what the basic features of market design should be, most of them were already pointed out before. We need to have more liquidity in forward contracting. We need to have the market design more adapted to investment requirements that we need. I think we can build, and I'm welcoming your words, Tom, because I see some room for subsidiarity in the European Commission thinking, which, to be completely honest, and this is my personal view, was quite absent from the common speech from European Commission in the past years. So, and subsidiarity, which is a very good value from the European project, is not what we might think that is, that we take different routes. No, we share common goals, but we do it with different tools in different locations. But keeping in line with a very common goal. And I'm welcoming this openness of mind to take some subsidiarity in this discussion, because I think it's needed to have this subsidiarity, because when Pedro was asking how to build a more secure energy market with, I think your words, more competitive, more secure, and more functional energy market, I think, in a word, I would say this is resilience. And to build resilience, we have to diversify. Have diversification of instruments, of market participants, of local conditions, but bringing all of this together in terms of meeting a very common purpose. Because on the end of the day, we all share the same purpose, the same targets, but we have to have the ability to adapt ourselves to local circumstances that we are facing, in order to more rapidly, more efficiently come to the desired target. And there are, of course, common features across Europe. I think liquidity in forward contracting is one of them, clearly one of them, one of those features. The issue of financial regulation, but also the issue that, and coming back to the European Commission, when we see how DG competition looks to forward contracting mechanisms, the most traditional ones, I think this is seen in a very competition-oriented perspective, not necessarily in a way it comprises and fosters competition within the energy sector. I think it's quite hard to understand, but this idea is competition seen by people from the DG competition is not the same that probably Tom is seeing in the energy market. And I think it's basically the same that I said before towards DG Fin and the financial regulation. We have to encounter different ways, more creative ways probably, to have a better cooperation and a better mutual understanding from different pillars of policy within EU. This is something that we have to address. In this process, we will probably having the market design even more complex, because we are bringing more people to the discussions, and we have to take even different angles of analysis in our discussions. But there is something that we need to do, because the market is becoming more and more complex. We are calling for a very high granularity of market participants, small ones, local ones, demand-side participation, flexibility, different technologies in the market. So market is becoming more complex, so we have to have quite smart responses to this complexity, creating an environment for market participants, because market, after all, is something that is decided not only for policymakers, but also for market participants. It's a kind of a mutual interaction between policymakers and market participants. And sometimes we tend to see market design as a top-down approach when we have to combine that with a bottom-up approach also, because we don't change the market participants' DNA by law. It is what it is. You have blue eyes, I have brown eyes, so it is what it is. So we have to understand the different circumstances, the specificities within the market, and find ways to embrace them and bring them to a common effort of developing a decarbonized energy market, which is, in the end of the day, is what we want. You also asked for some words about IPPs participating in balancing markets.
Yes, please.
All I can say is that I have I'm lucky enough to say that for the Portuguese regulators, the track record is there to see. We had launched several pilot projects in order to have different market participants in these balancing markets. We are fostering new ways of participating in these balancing markets, in providing flexibility. So more than welcome these IPPs that you represent in these balancing markets, at least from the perspective of the Portuguese regulator.
Thank you. I would like to I'm going to ask the organization to give us 5 minutes more, because there are 3 questions here from the audience that I think are very good ones and that I would like to ask our speakers. I will start with you, Tom, and the question that I would like to address here is, how is the EU dealing with the fossil fuel plants' guaranteed energy prices, since that's the main component in surging energy costs within the European Union? You want me to repeat it?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just reading as it is, I'm not rephrasing it. How is the European Union dealing with the fossil fuel plants' guaranteed energy prices, like long-term contracts for CCGs, since that's the main component in what is bringing up the energy costs within the European Union?
Well, in addition to the multiple national measures that have been introduced, we've produced the revenue cap approach, which is to take the revenues above 180 euro on average. That can differ according to member state. To take off those excessive, if you like, excessive revenues, and for those to be redistributed in terms of measures that reduce the impact of high prices on consumers, industrial or household consumers. So I guess that's the first European measure to identify. In the same package where that was created, there was the solidarity mechanism, where there's an extra solidarity contribution. We can't call it a tax because that changes all sorts of things legally, but it's a solidarity contribution to be paid by fossil fuel companies, who again are receiving profits beyond their wildest dreams. So I think the rule is something like there's a contribution of 33% for profits that exceed by 20% the last 3 years average. So excess profits are being reduced through this solidarity contribution. So those are 2 European measures that are trying to tackle the issue of excess returns to fossil fuel companies.
Thank you. I think it was you, Rafael, that mentioned multi-layer market, right? So can you please there's a question here to ask you to please explain how does a multi-layer market can work?
Yeah, I mean, the explanation is quite easy. Instead of targeting just the day-ahead, European day-ahead market, we need to address and target all the potential, the current ones and the potential new ones segments in the other segments. I mean, we have organized market, but we have, as well liquid, non-organized markets, mostly PPAs, and PPAs will play a fundamental role in the decarbonization. It was already addressed, CFDs, they can play a role again. But in the middle of this range of markets, we need to reactivate, you know, the organized forward markets. There we have a platform.
I agree.
And we do need, I mean, we all need to maximize the benefits of using these hedging opportunities in the, you know, in the forward market. So what I meant is we need to take in the equation all the segments, the current one, the one we have, but also potential new ones. We need to target in the reform exercise, in this evolutionary exercise for this market. We need to target, we need to touch upon all kind of segments. This is what I meant.
Thank you, Rafael. And I'll finalize with you and wrap it up, because you actually regulate the TSO in Portugal, so I'm going to extrapolate the question by asking one of the audience questions. Are there movements to create a sole European TSO and the single energy market?
Well, quite a question for a regulator. Well, if there are movements to create an integrated single energy market is what we are desiring to have for the past 20 years or something like that, when we start by approving the first legal package for the energy market in the EU. So it's something that is clearly there. It's a target. I think it remains a target. It's the common object that we all have and all share, but with different flavors, local different flavors, but still an integrated European energy market. I'm not quite sure that this is achieved with a single TSO across Europe. I don't see clearly benefits from having one single TSO across Europe. So it's all I can say. I can imagine that there are people from the Portuguese TSO in the room,
so.
And also from, who knows, the Spanish TSO in the room. So it's not. I think I don't see clearly a benefit from having a single TSO. I think there are local features, there are local specificities, and if we all try to buy the same suit with the same size everywhere, well, you can imagine that something that fits Pedro will not fit to me. And if Pedro wants to dress my jacket, will probably look a little bit ridiculous. Sorry for saying that.
And wrap up for sure.
Basically, I think there is clearly, my view is not to have this idea of having a single market only through unified market platforms or unified TSOs or single TSOs or single market platform. I think in some way it's misleading, because it's taking us to I think an apparent integration
which doesn't exist,
which is not the case.
I agree. I think it's much worth it to have agreed proper interconnections between TSOs of different member states on a platform, how they can actually exchange energy to balance the synchronous area, and actually going and build, and it doesn't work, in my opinion. We finish our panel. We are 7 minutes late. I would like to thank you very much for taking the time to be with us today, and I would like a round of applause to our speakers. And I invite you all to go to lunch, and we finish here the morning period. Thank you so much once again for coming.
Pleasure.
Hope to see you soon.
Como o Pedro referiu, está na hora do almoço, só para dar a nota de que o almoço é servido no foyer inferior, que é este por onde saem, e também no superior, se subirem o andar, está bem? Para terem mais espaço. Obrigado e vemo-nos às 2. auditório, está bem? Pedro? Vão abrir o auditório. Tem aqui uma cadeirinha também. Martim, outro. Boa tarde a todos, bem-vindos à segunda parte deste primeiro dia de conferência anual da APREN. Recordo-vos que podem ir participando diretamente nos painéis em debate através da nossa aplicação de suporte, à qual podem ter acesso utilizando o QR Code que está nos vossos badges. Aproveito para referir os resultados da poll que tivemos a decorrer durante a manhã. A pergunta, que estava em inglês, portanto vou lê-la em inglês, a pergunta What are the two best measures proposed in the REPowerEU package? As duas respostas com mais votação foram a primeira, Acceleration Measures for Permitting Process, com 40%, e Binding Target to Increase Energy Efficiency from 9% to 13%. Vamos ter outra poll no decorrer da tarde, portanto, se quiserem e tiverem interesse em responder, basta acederem à nossa aplicação. Sem mais demoras, passo para a apresentação do painel seguinte, o nosso primeiro painel de debate da tarde. Será dedicado ao modelo europeu de contenção dos preços de eletricidade e teremos connosco Martim Vasconcelos Insá, do OMIP, Carlos Miguel Urro, da Energy Exchange Europe e Juan Virgílio Marques, da AEE, a Associação Eólica Espanhola. A moderação cabe a Pedro Amaral Jorge. Obrigado e até já.
Obrigado, Diogo. Shall we start? Good afternoon. We are now starting our first panel in the afternoon, and I'm going to ask the presenters to introduce themselves in 1 to 2 minutes each. We are going to discuss the European model for containing electricity prices, and what we hope to see with this panel is the impacts that the increase on power prices and the cap on natural gas prices on the formation of the whole electricity market price has been impacted, and what this means for the market and the market behavior and the market participants. So, Juan, I will start with you to introduce yourself, please.
Yes, thank you, Pedro. Can you hear me?
can.
My name is Juan Virgilio Marquez. I'm the CEO of the Spanish Wind Power Association.
Martim.
Boa tarde, Pedro. Boa tarde aos restantes membros. Boa tarde a todos os presentes. O meu nome é Martim Vasconcelos Insá. Eu hoje estou aqui na qualidade de vice-presidente do OMIP SGMR, Sociedade Gestora do Mercado Regulamentado, que não é mais do que a entidade responsável pela gestão do mercado de derivados de energia ibéricos, e presidente da holding OMIP SGPS, a holding portuguesa que faz parte do grupo OMI, que mais não é do que a estrutura societária responsável pela gestão do MIBEL, do mercado ibérico de eletricidade.
Muito obrigado.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Carlos Euro. I represent the European Energy Exchange. I thank you very much for the invitation. I'm looking forward to the panel discussion, really.
Thank you. Well, going to business, I have prepared a couple of questions that I would like to go through and have your opinion in each one of them. And the first one that I have for you is, the European Commission gave the green light to the Iberian exception on June the 8th, allowing Spain and Portugal to artificially reduce wholesale electricity prices by capping the wholesale price of natural gas used for electricity generation. I would like a position from each one of you to the following question. Can you please share with us what were the main and more relevant consequences of this measure? And I will start with Miguel. On the electricity spot market, what was the major impacts of this on the electricity spot market?
Thank you for the question, first of all. I think it's a very interesting question and very relevant to what we're seeing right now. I mean, one of the first impacts that we've actually saw when the implementation was actually made, it was a positive spread that basically moved electricity from Spain to France, and Morocco. As a result, Spain became an exporter and basically has created an artificial low electricity price in those neighboring countries. The second thing that we observed was a decrease in the electricity market, mainly influenced by the surge in the gas demand. Basically, what we saw is an increase of electricity generation from gas assets to around 40%, which obviously is not great if we want to achieve the decarbonization at the European level. The mechanism has really transferred the overall cost from, as I said, from neighboring countries to the state and to the taxpayer. That is basically, in a nutshell, what we actually observe.
So in terms of the liquidity in the market, how do you address it?
I mean, one of the things that the first thing that we saw, it was the amount of information, or rather misinformation, that was published out there. I think it would have been interesting to see perhaps the bodies and the regulators that are responsible for the energy sector to have a very clear message out there. In regards to the volumes, particularly we saw a drop of around 50% in market participation. One of the things that is interesting to see is that our market is quite diverse. So you have the utilities, you have the generators, and then you have other players that animate the market, let's call it that way. And those people that mainly animate the market, that basically have specific market-making agreements with different exchanges, have changed dramatically their behavior. What they're basically doing is they're not hedging the positions in the longer term like they used to. What we're seeing here really is very short-term, month ahead, maybe quarterly ahead. That's what we're seeing.
Thank you, Miguel. Martim, o impacto no mercado de futuros deste cap ao gás.
Obrigado, Pedro. Uma pergunta direta merece uma resposta direta. Portanto, de facto, o principal e mais relevante impacto da introdução da medida no mercado de derivados energéticos foi uma diminuição drástica, eu diria mesmo quase um travão repentino aos volumes negociados. Tentar dar um pouco de contexto. A realidade é que já desde o final de 2021 se vinha a notar no mercado uma tendência sustentada e contínua do aumento dos preços e também dos futuros, em toda a sua curva. As razões e os eventos que levaram a este aumento são já subejamente conhecidos. O restabelecimento das cadeias globais de valor e logística e o arranque das economias após um longuíssimo período de inatividade devido à pandemia. Uma crescente noção da falta de visibilidade e fiabilidade no próprio fornecimento do gás russo à Europa. É importante notar que já desde o final do ano passado se começaram a notar diminuições dos volumes importados da Rússia, muitas vezes justificados com operações de manutenção ou falhas técnicas. Portanto, paulatinamente os volumes vieram já de crescer desde o final do ano passado. Vários episódios inesperados e prolongados de indisponibilidade de várias unidades de produção, nomeadamente o parque nuclear, e o início da percepção que estávamos a entrar num período de seca, diminuindo também bastante a capacidade de produção hidráulica. Como se todos estes eventos não tivessem sido suficientes, entramos no ano 2002 com o evento da invasão da Rússia por parte da Ucrânia, o que definitivamente colocou um fim àquele termo que foi usado até numa mesa de manhã, que julgo que alguém disse que a Europa às tantas acordou de um sonho. Eu julgo que esta poderá ter sido a sacudidela final e, de facto, a Europa percebeu que já não podia contar com o fornecimento de gás russo. E, portanto, todo esse evento, somado aos anteriores, exponenciou ainda mais a volatilidade, a incerteza e a falta de visibilidade nos mercados. No início de 2022 também, e por força de um acordo político entre os governos de Portugal e Espanha, foi decidido tomar medidas para aliviar a fatura dos consumidores em relação aos custos energéticos. Dos vários caminhos ou mecanismos que poderiam ter sido acionados para chegar a esse objetivo, foi decidido fazer uma intervenção direta no mercado diário, introduzindo este cap ao preço do gás. Esta medida foi anunciada no início de 2022, foi depois posteriormente aprovada pela Comissão Europeia durante o mês de junho e entrou em vigor no dia 14 de junho, na casação do dia de 14 de junho, para produzir efeitos no dia 15. Hoje é dia 15, portanto faz hoje precisamente 5 meses que o mecanismo está a funcionar e a vigorar no mercado. O desenho deste mecanismo foi um processo evolutivo. Ele, numa fase inicial, esteve em cima da mesa a possibilidade, inclusive, de haver 2 casações no mercado. Uma casação normal, como sempre se fez até então, e uma outra casação com o mecanismo a vigorar. Essa alternativa levantava uma série de riscos jurídicos e regulatórios, porque poderia abrir a questão e provocar uma discussão acerca de quais dos 2 preços dessas 2 casações é que seria utilizado como referência, como underlying, como subjacente nos contratos derivados. Esse caminho e esse desenho foi abandonado e depois finalmente o mecanismo evoluiu para a estrutura e para o desenho final tal como o conhecemos hoje. Como em qualquer mercado, basta, julgo eu, haver um mais pequeno indício, rumor, sinal de que irá haver uma intervenção para imediatamente os participantes e os agentes do mercado se retraírem e, usando uma expressão em inglês, fazerem um hands-off desse mercado, recolherem-se até perceberem exatamente o que é que se vai passar, como é que se vai passar, quais vão ser as consequências e que impacto é que isto tem em todos os produtos que dependem do preço diário, como é que isso impacta as suas estratégias de hedging e de cobertura. E foi precisamente isso que se verificou, portanto, já não só quando o mecanismo entrou em vigor, mas logo desde o início do ano, quando se tornou claro que estava a ser desenhado um mecanismo, houve de facto uma evaporação dos volumes negociados, não só no OMIP, mas também dos outros mercados na Europa, onde se transacionam produtos ibéricos, e, como estava a dizer aqui o meu colega, os volumes simplesmente pararam. Eu tenho um número que é muito parecido com o que foi aqui enumerado, mas de janeiro a outubro deste ano, a negociação de contratos ibéricos está 60% abaixo do volume no mesmo período do ano passado. Ou seja, de janeiro a outubro de 21 para janeiro a outubro de 22, negocia-se menos 60% do volume. Portanto, essa foi, sem dúvida, a principal consequência.
Muito obrigado. Juan, you represent the wind generators, and I'm assuming that you guys sell electricity to the market. So can you please explain us the impact on...
Thank you, Pedro, for this chance to share with you our vision from the Spanish wind sector. I have another different approach because we have a 100% supply chain association. We have been living last year with some difficult issues to deal with. So I think that in the origin of the problem is that there are some differences between countries in how they apply the spot market price, the wholesale market price to the consumers or not. So this is the origin. And so based on this problem, the different governments have been forced to make some decisions that are not good or are very tough. So we have been, for more than a year, trying to, or at least our government, trying to control the energy price, based only on measures that were affecting to the electricity sector, not the gas sector, the electricity sector. So from our point of view, it was a not good approach, but we started with the measure to retrieve the CO2 incomes to inframarginal technologies. After that, we approved the clawback to inframarginal technologies to retrieve some specific percentage of the income from the gas to specific technologies. After that, we approved reviewing the incentives to renewables, and it wasn't until the approval of the Iberian exception when the price, the real price of the energy and the electricity dropped really. So the problem is not the electricity price, the problem is the gas price. And from our point of view, Europe has been taking much time to get a common approach to the problem and to put on the table the measures, the debates, and the dialogues that are needed to solve the problem. So some consequences, for sure, is a smaller price in the Iberian Peninsula than in Europe. It has some more comfortable situation for the Spanish and Portuguese consumers, for sure. It has more comfortable situation for industries here, but we have a maximum in the gas generation and a maximum in the CO2 emissions. So it's a conjuncture that we are dealing with. We are a bit concerned about the situation we are living right now because we don't know if these measures are going to be kept in the future, or this is, if it's going to be easy or not to cut the previous situation up to return to the previous situation after the different market price and indeed markets we are seeing right now in Europe. So from the perspective of the wind generators or the renewable generators, it has been a very tough year. It has caused much uncertainty that has been applied to the supply chain. Because if you don't like, or you don't like the measure, or you don't want this measure, or you don't know how this measure is going to impact in your business case, you stop, you analyze, and you stop all the purchase orders to the industry. It's the first. Mm-hmm. So if we take into account that we need to get a more robust and stronger supply chain in Europe to deal with this conjuncture, I don't know if this measure has been good or not. But at the end of the day, we think that there are some positive issues, the market price or the spot price, and in terms of pooling effect to some strategical industrial projects, also in the Iberian Peninsula. But on the other hand, for promoters, for the industry, it has been a very difficult time. So let's see in the future.
Let me just to clarify one thing. You have still wind generators selling with feed-in tariff, and some of them are selling on the spot market?
No. In Spain, there are a small part of generators that are totally exposed to the spot market. Mm-hmm. They are merchant projects. And there is a big amount of generators that are under a feed-in premium scheme. Not a feed-in tariff, it's a feed-in premium. Feed-in premium too. You get the market price, and on top of this, you put the incentive. But if the market price is very, very big, the incentive you have been receiving for years, in a 3 years period, at the beginning, thinking that the market price was going to be very low, so it's very big. So you have to update the incentive, and it implies some changes in the retribution for the companies.
Okay.
And after that, some specific amount of megawatts that are on CFDs, and so CFDs, feed-in premium, and spot market.
And so just to complement that, so can we actually come to the conclusion that the natural gas price cap has actually reduced investment in wind in the year of 2022 and 23?
For sure.
So we need more.
We think that the main illness we have in the Western economies now is the gas price. So we have to control it. It's not a problem in how the electricity companies are getting incomes from the market or for other kind of frameworks. The problem is the gas price. And if we don't manage to control the gas price, we are going to see different measures in different countries, because we are very concerned about it. We are seeing many different, in the previous panel, like mushrooms, many different measures approved by different countries. We saw it last year, more than 1 year ago. Mm-hmm. And we warned it about it because Spain was one of the first countries that was forced to assume different, very difficult measures, because more than 12 million people are exposed, usually totally exposed to a spot market. So it's a political problem that must be dealt with very, very specific measures and objective measures. So within this is a problem of how we are, for sure, the design of the market design, and how our ecosystem of companies is working on the market and is used to working in the market, because things are changing, and all the things that are affecting promoters are going to affect the industry, are going to affect R&D, are going to affect to the services. So it's a supply chain that could be affected.
Well, thank you for that. That will affect jobs and income and GDP and tax collection and all that. On this, I want to go back to you on this. And I'll start with Martin and then I'll come back to you. So regarding this, and you actually briefly mentioned, can you go deeper on the behavior of market participants on the future and on the spot market and how this is affecting, and how do you see it that this can have implications on actually making renewables impact, and what are you thinking are the main differences that you can highlight comparing the market before the intervention and after the intervention? I will start with the future market and then we'll go to the spot and also your view on the future market. Martin, you go first.
Obrigado, Pedro. O mercado nestes últimos 12, 18 meses tem sido caracterizado efetivamente por uma volatilidade única nos preços, não só nos diários como nos futuros. Novamente, vários fatores contribuíram para isto, o conflito na Ucrânia, com as suas consequências na segurança, fluxos e custo do fornecimento de gás russo, os vários episódios de indisponibilidade nuclear, como já referido, o período de seca que começou no ano passado e que perdura até aos dias de hoje. Também para efeitos de exemplo, de janeiro a outubro de 2022 registou-se uma quebra na produção de energia, de eletricidade com produção hidráulica de 52%, portanto mais de metade de quebra. À data de hoje, o armazenamento hidráulico na Península Ibérica ronda aos 30% da capacidade total. Ainda é um valor baixo, ainda assim melhor do que aquele que verificado há umas semanas atrás, que rondava aos 20%, mas ainda assim é o valor mais baixo dos últimos 10 anos, apenas comparável, se não estou em erro, ao ano 2017, que também foi marcado por uma seca. Neste período, a Europa observou 4 picos muito grandes de volatilidade. O primeiro em outubro de 2021, o segundo em dezembro também de 2021 e já este ano em março e agosto de 2022. A título de exemplo, os impactos e a volatilidade que os preços sofreram, eu tenho aqui alguns números para ter aqui ideia da dimensão. Por exemplo, durante agosto deste ano, o contrato para o ano 2023 chegou a atingir os 350 euros por megawatt.
Em que mês do ano, desculpa?
Em agosto, para 2023. Atualmente, esses 350 são 180, portanto, metade. Portanto, bastaram 4 meses para o valor deste contrato cair cerca de 50%. E em março de 2022, portanto, no pico do tema Rússia-Ucrânia, o contrato para o mês seguinte, abril de 22, chegou a tocar os 460. Em março deste ano, nós estávamos com preço de eletricidade para o mês seguinte a tocar os 460 euros por megawatt. A introdução deste mecanismo levou efetivamente a uma atenuação do nível de preços.
E da volatilidade também?
E da volatilidade também. Portanto, o ambiente que hoje vivemos, apesar de serem ainda preços na ordem dos 3 dígitos, preços na casa dos 2 dígitos que sempre existiram até à primeira metade do ano passado, parece que estão um pouco longe de ser atingidos novamente. O balanço destes 5 meses do funcionamento do mecanismo, portanto, além de uma contenção limitada dos preços, provocou também uma desconexão entre os preços da Península Ibérica e aqueles verificados no resto da Europa. A título de exemplo, os preços dos futuros, com data de referência de 11 de novembro, a sexta-feira passada, para a Península Ibérica, o contrato do mês seguinte cotava nos 138, para o mês seguinte cotava nos 138, no mercado francês eram 507 e no mercado alemão 220. Da mesma forma, o contrato para o ano seguinte, 2023, na Península Ibérica, cotava a 180... Para o mês
de novembro também?
Sim, de novembro. Cotava a 180, como eu já referi anteriormente, e que compara com o valor para a França de 410 e de 300 para a Alemanha. Portanto, a realidade é que hoje, e em parte devido à introdução do mecanismo, a Península Ibérica está a beneficiar de preços diários, quer na curva de futuros, abaixo daqueles verificados na maioria dos restantes mercados europeus. Apesar da contenção, os preços continuam em termos absolutos bastante elevados, sempre na casa dos 3 dígitos, voltando aqui mais uma vez à brincadeira dos 2 dígitos e dos 3 dígitos, o preço médio de eletricidade na primeira metade do ano passado, na Península Ibérica, foi 58, o preço médio na primeira metade deste ano foi 206, portanto um aumento de quase 4 vezes num espaço de um ano. Este contexto de preços elevados desencoraja e continuará a desencorajar a participação no mercado de derivados por várias razões. A principal é o esforço financeiro que é exigido aos participantes. Portanto, quando há 12 ou 18 meses atrás nós transacionávamos abríamos uma posição num determinado contrato, tínhamos que colocar margem inicial um determinado montante e depois fazer face às variações do mark-to-market. Hoje, para esse mesmo contrato, portanto, para o mesmo volume de energia, a margem inicial multiplicou-se por 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Portanto, torna muito mais ineficiente e muito mais penoso e economicamente desafiante os participantes continuarem de uma forma ativa a negociar e a participar no mercado de derivados.
Porque a margem é uma percentagem do total da compra de energia que tem que ser...
Exatamente. Portanto, aqui nós temos dois efeitos. Temos o efeito não só do aumento absoluto do valor da energia, mas como também da própria volatilidade. Os modelos de risco o que fazem é, eles observam a volatilidade do passado e têm que beber essa volatilidade e assumir que se essa volatilidade aconteceu no passado, pode novamente acontecer no futuro. Portanto, temos que estar preparados para essa volatilidade. Portanto, houve aqui um duplo efeito, não só da volatilidade, mas do nível absoluto dos preços, que de facto torna muito mais difícil e desafiante para todos os agentes, sejam eles quem forem, a participarem e tomarem posições no mercado ibérico.
Obrigado, Martim. Miguel, por favor.
I think I picked up quite a few of the topics that I was or one of the points that I was gonna raise. Clearly, I mean, we share the same view of the market. Clearly, you talked about the margin requirements that was imposed on many of the market participants. I think I mentioned to you briefly before, we looked at last year, on the middle of first year, front calendar, the requirement was around 12,000 euros. When we look at our exchange now, I looked at this morning on the preparation for the panel discussion. It was over 300,000. And if you look at
for the same amount of energy,
for the same amount of same contract, so you could clearly see the amount of cash that is now required just to trade or to basically cover your exposure on the same amount of megawatt hours. I mean, just to give some context to what I said before about the 50% decrease in the volumes. If we look at the volumes year to date in Spain, we have 92 terawatt hours. If we compare what was traded for the same period of time last year, we're talking about 219 terawatt hours. So imagine the amount of cash companies, industrials, generators, utilities, financials will have to pledge to the CCP, whether it's us or them, just to cover the same amount of megawatt hours.
That's an interesting point. So we are seeing not only industrials are paying more for the electricity bill, which reduces their cash availability, also hedging their positions requires more money. So they are being beaten by the two directions.
Exactly. Clearly, your balance sheet would allow you only to go this far, right? That's why you have actually seen situations in Germany, in France, we're not going to name names, obviously, that basically governments had to intervene and support those big utilities because their balance sheet is no longer valid. And also, they cannot trade on the OTC market because their credit lines have basically been maxed out. Mm-hmm. So it has been quite an interesting ride, to be perfectly honest. In the past, in the conversations that I encounter and my colleagues have encountered, we always had discussions with traders. Now our conversations are with treasury finance, risk managers, because they are looking every single trade. What is going to be the impact of this trade in my bottom line? And as I said before, they only are looking at very short turners. I mean, at the EEX, we offer, EEX is not just futures. We basically cover all the European markets. We have over 430 market participants, direct market participants, and a greater number of indirect market participants acting in the short term, and also we cover up to 10 years in the future. So you can imagine somebody looking to hedge up to 10 years. Right now, they will not be able to find a counterparty. I mean, it will be very, very impossible.
There's no liquidity.
There's no liquidity. I think the liquidity, if I remember correctly, and please forgive me if I make a mistake here, it's only in the past, it has been registered up to 7 or 8 years, right? Since we extended, or since we expanded our offering from the year to up to Cal 6 and now to up to Cal 10, we have actually had 54 long-term deals that were registered with us, and that is around close to 19 terawatt hours. But since the implementation of the new measures, we had very little activity in the market. So
let me just, the two of you, are you watching like traders being wiped out because their margin call just goes to zero because of volatility?
Should I go first, or you want to go first?
No, you go ahead. Go ahead, Miguel, and then I'll ask.
It's Carlos Miguel, but you can call me Miguel. We have actually seen. I want to be very careful with my answer. We have actually seen very nervous partners in the exchange, and also very intense conversations with regulators and with the Commission, just so they can understand exactly the consequences of those decisions being made, because it clearly is affecting the bottom line of many companies. But at the same time, it's not allowing for new projects to come in, because it's just too expensive for them to do business. We want to bring new products to the market. For example, right now, all our products, at least in Spain, they are base load. We want to introduce peak contracts like we have in other locations, like in Germany, in France. We can't, because how could you introduce new products when you have this level of uncertainty in the market? So we have the tools and the means to try to support a transition and to implementation of more renewable assets coming in, and also for them to hedge their position and to have a clear signal of the price, and also to help with the finance, because they have that clear price signal. But it's impossible to do that under these conditions.
Thank you, Carlos. I'll just, and then I'll pass to you. So,
aqui na Península Ibérica não existiram, não existem, nem existe qualquer indício de haver problemas no que diz respeito ao cumprimento das margens e tudo isso. Portanto, não houve, digamos, falhas ou quebras no equilíbrio do sistema. O que vemos, pura e simplesmente, é muitos dos participantes dizerem-nos e confirmarem-nos que não têm meios financeiros, que gostavam de implementar uma determinada política de cobertura, aqui e acolá, com este ou com aquele feitio ou formato, mas que não têm capacidade financeira para fazer.
Juan.
Yeah, from my perspective, I have to put on the table some uncertainties, because, from the point of view of the generator that has to sell the energy, and that, for example, in Spain, we have not only the previous measures I've told you, but we have also the PPAs are totally capped to 69, for example, 69 euros per megawatt hour in Spain. If you go to other countries, there are other figures, there are no other numbers. So if you have to make the decision on, okay, you are in the market and you have to operate in the market, and that's all. But you have to make a decision, where do you have to invest in the short term? And you have different possibilities of different countries that are using different caps and different independent measures. This is an uncertainty to speed the process up. So another point on the table to stop and analyze the situation. That's the point of view.
So you are considering that the market caps for inframarginals should be the same all over technologies and all over countries?
I think it should be studied more in depth, with some boxes in the process. But I think that the independent measures of each one of the countries, with no logical cohesion or agreements, I think that makes uncertainties for the investors. And we are seeing right now, because in Spain we don't know what to expect in the future. We don't know if these 69 euros per megawatt hour for the new PPAs are going to be kept or not. We don't know, because only just the fact of an intervention is a very, very important test or proof of that it could change in the future. So this is a difficult moment to decide where you have to invest. If you have to be, you have to get a very long-term stability and steady scenario and to make your decision. These are not good times for that. So there's some uncertainties, at least from the point of view of the generators, we have.
Well, thank you. I would like to move to, although there was still, I think, a lot of things to discuss on this topic, but we'll be here the full hour.
Yeah.
I'm going to move to another point, and then if we have time, we will return to this one because the implications are very important to be analyzed. I will start with you, Carlos. And the next question is that regarding electricity future markets, they can play an important role in renewable projects investment since it allows companies to hedge their risks, increase projects' bankability, and of course, reducing levelized cost of electricity from the risk reduction. So 2 questions for each one of you. I will start with Carlos, and I'll go to Martin and to Juan. The first topic is, how are electricity generators using the futures market, the existing one, and what do you think are the needs, what do you think needs to be developed so that generators in the future can use the futures market for the same function as they are using for PPAs today, but although they are bilateral, moving into multilateral? And what can be the role of electricity future markets in enhancing the energy transition? And I will start with you, Carlos, please.
Perfect. That's a very good question, actually. I think because we've been operating markets for almost 20 years, we have a very good experience of what those companies would like to have. We understand their needs, and we actually have done our due diligence. Just to give you an idea, right now we are offering Cal Plus 10 in Germany, Italy, and Spain, which are the countries in which you more likely invest into renewables or have a greater potential for renewables, right? So we have actually done that. I think the way I would actually see it is what we have right now is the most effective and efficient mechanism available right now. I mean, there's a lot of discussions about rearranging the market and all that. We're not going to go into detail because I don't think it's the discussion at the moment. But it's, as I say, it's what works the best at this time. As I alluded before, we have the tools, and we want to deliver more products that will allow renewables to come into the market and hedge their positions. But we need to have a clear or a more stable framework for that to happen. One of the things that we always say is that PPAs are a great tool, but also our futures markets, our option markets are great tools. Why? Because PPAs are very complex, very expensive, very fixed in the way they operate.
And not standard.
Exactly. When our products are more or less exactly the same across all geographical areas, or most of them, with the exceptions that I made before. And the prices and the volumes are determined by the market. So you don't have to go to this lengthy negotiation. You don't have these specific figures that you have to achieve, as you alluded before. Basically, you let the market drive exactly what it needs. I mean, one of the things that we do very well at the exchange, and I'm sorry, I'm here representing the exchange, so I will always mention that, is that we are very good at managing the counterparty risk. And that also gives a great reassurance for anybody that is looking to implement a project or a utility or a financial, because you transfer the risk from the counterparty to us. And we basically, for that service, we do all the nominations, we do all the settlements, we distribute the cash with the partners that we have with the banks. That is the answer to your first question, I believe. The second question, if you can repeat that again,
Sure.
If you don't mind.
Yeah, I don't remember by memory, so I'm going to read it again. It's been a long day. So the second point of the question is, what can be the role of electricity futures market in enhancing energy transition? Because we need a lot of renewables incorporation, and we need a lot of assets to be supplying also energy shifting, energy storage. And the point is, how can futures actually play a critical role in enhancing that this moves faster and at a faster pace?
That's also a very good question. I think one of the things that we do is we let the market determine the price. So if the market determines the best price, that will give those banks that are involved in the financing of the projects, the people that want to develop this, a really good indication of future profits. What we really need, and I cannot say this enough times, is that we need a stable regulatory framework for the market to operate. That is absolutely key. Market intervention is never a good thing. There were really good panelists earlier today. I was very, very impressed. There have to be other means of distributing the extra cash that some of those utilities are making. But you should allow the markets do what they need to do and allow the futures markets to basically continue to work. We run, like any other exchanges, an anonymous exchange, and it allows for a level playing field for everyone. So there's not a dominance of a particular utility or industrial. That's the best way I can actually put it, really. Sorry to be very direct and to the point.
Martim. Pedro, eu antes de ir à pergunta, também completava só aqui o que foi mencionado. Também, à semelhança da EX, também no OMIP, existem produtos disponíveis para o ano +10, CAL +10. Aliás, o OMIP foi o primeiro mercado a lançar um produto tão longo com essa maturidade. E também temos produtos PPA standardizados a 5 ou a 10 anos, que podem ser usados pelos participantes para gerir os seus riscos. Isto era só para alinhar aqui as...
Level playing field.
Exatamente. À sua pergunta, eu julgo que os mercados derivados de energia desempenharam e irão continuar a desempenhar um papel muito importante na transição energética. Eu acho que nós podemos olhar para os mercados derivados como tendo duas funções ou dois objetivos essenciais. O primeiro é o de providenciar a todos os agentes e participantes no mercado sinais de mercado fidedignos, corretos e que efetivamente reflitam os fundamentais que estão subjacentes à eletricidade e à sua produção, neste caso. E o segundo objetivo, de certa forma ligado com o primeiro, é dotar aos agentes e participantes as ferramentas e os produtos para eles livremente poderem gerir os seus riscos e executarem as suas estratégias de hedging e de cobertura como bem entenderem. Eu acho que é legítimo haver uma diversidade de perfis de risco e de apetite de risco nos participantes do mercado. Eu acho que é perfeitamente legítimo e até desejável que exista um produtor que queira manter toda a sua produção exposta à volatilidade do mercado diário, como é igualmente desejável e legítimo que exista um outro produtor que devido ao seu perfil de risco, queira fazer uma cobertura de 100%, digamos, a título teórico, de toda a sua produção. E entre esses dois extremos é perfeitamente desejável e legítimo que haja uma série de agentes e participantes com perfis no meio.
Até porque os investidores desses geradores depois também têm perfis diferentes de risco para mandatos de alocação de capital. E, portanto...
Precisamente. Portanto, o que é importante é que os mercados derivados sejam capazes de dar as ferramentas e os produtos para que os agentes possam livremente adaptar as estratégias ao seu próprio perfil de risco. A volatilidade, que muitos têm falado aqui, tem sido tradicionalmente um termo muito associado a outros tipos de mercados, aos mercados financeiros, a mercados de ações, a mercados de obrigações. Eu julgo que a volatilidade, e como os eventos mais recentes o provam, é um termo que veio para ficar também nos mercados energéticos. Por isso, mais uma vez, os mercados derivados o que permitem é gerir essa volatilidade, é dotar o mercado e os seus participantes de instrumentos para gerir essa volatilidade. O caminho da transição energética, que é um caminho longo, que estamos todos de uma forma conjunta e de livre acordo decidimos percorrê-lo, é um caminho longo e é um caminho que exige que várias peças, várias dinâmicas funcionem bem e ao mesmo tempo. E o mercado de derivados é, no meu ponto de vista, uma das peças essenciais para esse caminho.
Muito obrigado. Juan, for you, I have this and with a caveat. Because bankability of projects, if you have a futures market that it's 10 years tenor or it can be 15, you know that your levelized cost of electricity is going to reduce, either being project finance or corporate funding. So because you represent the generators, it's the same question. And should the futures market move into 15-year tenor, and how would that help actually reducing the levelized cost of electricity, and with that reduce electricity prices in the spot markets?
Yeah. So what we have seen in these years is that a PPA was a very, very important tool to get the funding for the project. But we don't know if it's still as important, as interesting as previously, because the spot market is very, very high. So there are some promoters that are thinking, so should we set up PPA with all the different guarantees that are needed, that is a very, very fixed environment to operate in 10 years? Or should we put on the table a short-term strategy to go to the spot market or getting other coverage products or hedge products to finance the wind farm? Because we are in a situation, we are in a conjuncture that is not natural, because we are very, very high prices. So in addition to this, if we see the situation in Spain with a cap in the PPA's price, 69 euros per megawatt hour, and you are a wind farm promoter, what do you think about it? You go to a PPA with 69, or you go to a spot market? And let's see in 3 years, let's see in 2 years. So it's not easy to decide on. And so we know that the PPA's market is taking off in Spain, at least in terms of wind, because solar is much bigger. But we are seeing that these decisions are not as easy as in the past. And let's see about the conjuncture, if it is going to take more time or a long time or not. But at the end of the day, what we have been thinking for years, that if we avoid the wholesale market, is good for the promoter to get a very steady scenario in the incomes, is changing, or at least during this conjuncture is not as clear as in the past. So let's see, because, for example, next week, you know that we have a new auction in Spain. An auction in Spain with a CFD scheme is something like a PPA, public PPA, with the system. So let's see the results. Let's see what is the price, let's see the results, let's see how many megawatts are going to the auction, because some companies are thinking, why should we go to an auction with the deadlines, with the guarantees, with the permitting situation we are living in Spain, and I think in Portugal it could be the same. It's a very tough issue. Why should we take that risk, or we go on my own and go to the spot market and let's see?
Well, thank you. I'm going to...
Pedro, se posso ter mais um minuto, e voltando ao tema da volatilidade. Só um pequeno comentário que também não deixa de ser curioso, como anteriormente, ou até recentemente, eu diria que os principais agentes preocupados com o tema da volatilidade estariam eventualmente do lado da produção, do lado da oferta, nem que fosse por razões de bancabilidade e financiamento dos projetos. Até pode ser que os promotores em si tivessem um perfil de risco diferente, mas para os projetos saírem da terra, serem bancáveis e financiáveis, essa volatilidade tinha que ser gerida, e, portanto, tinha que se apresentar um plano de negócios com um determinado perfil que desse conforto às entidades financiadoras para fazerem avançar com o projeto. O que temos notado é que essa preocupação da volatilidade agora estende-se também para o lado da procura e do consumo. Alguns exemplos que provam isso, precisamente, é em Espanha, onde a indústria eletrointensiva se está a organizar para se aprovisionar de eletricidade para o seu próprio consumo, com contratação a prazo, de longo prazo, 10, 15 anos, e a própria reformulação da tarifa PVPC em Espanha, que até à data era uma tarifa social, mas que estava 100% indexada ao mercado diário, correto? Está agora a ser reestruturada. Aliás, foi uma das condições da Comissão Europeia para a aprovação do mecanismo ibérico, foi a reformulação da tarifa PVPC. Portanto, está neste momento a ser desenvolvido um trabalho para 2023 e nos próximos 2 anos, portanto, 23, 24 e 25, e de uma forma crescente, a tarifa PVPC passar a incluir sinais de longo prazo. sinais dos contratos do mês seguinte, do trimestre seguinte e do ano seguinte, precisamente com o objetivo de dotar essa tarifa, retirar-lhe volatilidade e dar-lhe um plano e uma natureza mais estável, mais previsível, com menos picos do que aqueles que se têm verificado no passado.
Martim, obrigado por essa nota. What I want to add is that what I'm seeing in the money providers, either funds or institutional investors, is that up to 2-3 years ago, or even 2 years ago, you had a lot of people looking for debt funds to structure project finance. And now because of the market volatility and the increase in prices, people are looking for equity funds to actually finance their projects so they can be fully exposed. So the point is, it's not clear that there is that huge amount of equity over there. So I think the first movers are going to actually take advantage of that. But in the near future, we're going to need the debt funds again. And then the rules of the game will probably be more stringent, and they will go back to what it was 2 years ago. Well, thank you very much for your thoughts on this, and I would like to move to the following question. And because we are moving, as you know, climate crisis and emergency crisis, and I will ask you this more on your personal basis as a professional of the energy industry, and you are seeing what's happening with the war, with gas prices, with the increase in coal consumption and all of that. And I would like to have from you, and I can start with you, Juan, now. What are your 3 expectations or your 3 outcome expectations from COP27 in terms of renewables? And what do you think needs to be done for increasing actually the renewable space in the energy market?
Yes, to the point, I think first should be that the climate emergency should not be penalized by the conjuncture we're living right now. Mm-hmm. So the structural challenges should not be penalized by conjunctural problems we are living. And this is very important because it's affecting very much. Second one could be to get a real agreement between the 2 main nations that are supporting the majority of the biggest amount of emissions in the world, in the States and China, a real agreement. Because otherwise we are thinking that we are in a part of the world that is a bubble, and that the rest of the world is acting the same as us, as is not real. So the CO2 has no borders, and we have to manage to do that. And the third one is we have to speed it up, the process. Mm-hmm. We have to think about the social acceptance of the renewables. We are changing from a centralized model with big installations that are not near from everyone to a diversification of distributed systems that are close to everyone. And so we must change the mindset of all of us, because if we don't push very hard for renewables during this time, we are not complying with the goals. So to change the mindset, to get win-win approaches between the companies, the regulators, and the citizens, the villages, the towns, is mandatory for us. Because otherwise the permitting is not going to work, and the permitting is not going to work, we are not going to be able to put the huge amount of renewables we have to put to comply with the goals.
Yeah, like Giles said, permitting. Martim, your turn now.
Obrigado, Pedro. Eu aqui vou abusar um pouco da liberdade, e como esta é uma pergunta que já foi feita nas mesas anteriores, eu vou enumerar aqui um episódio, um tema, fazer levantar um tema que não são 3 pontos, é apenas um, mas está relacionado com isto e com alguns dos temas que eu mencionei anteriormente, que é, durante e ainda no âmbito da COP, foi lançada uma consulta pública no dia 9 de novembro pela IOSCO, que é a International Organization of Securities Commission, que visa consultar todos os agentes e participantes de mercado sobre que passos e que medidas e que correções devem ser aplicadas e executadas nos mercados de licenças de carbono, com o objetivo de que esses mercados funcionem de uma forma mais fluida, mais transparente e mais eficiente. Eu escolhi enumerar isto porque isto acaba por também solidificar alguns dos pontos que já foram aqui levantados, que que existe a absoluta necessidade de que as plataformas dos mercados, neste caso os mercados de carbono, mas este raciocínio podia ser estendido ao mercado de futuros, ao mercado diário, estes mercados são parte essencial da transição energética e é importante que eles sejam bem tratados e bem cuidados e otimizados o mais possível, porque precisamente são eles que vão transmitir um conjunto de sinais, seja do preço de energia spot, seja do preço de energia futura, seja do preço das licenças de carbono, que vai conjugar com tudo o resto e, portanto, permitir uma maior fluidez e uma maior execução da transição energética.
Muito obrigado. Carlos, please.
Perfect. Thanks for allowing me to have the last word, I suppose.
We still have questions from the audience, but those are the...
From you, I suppose. I think it's important to put into context that COP is not finished yet. I think it finishes this weekend, if I'm not mistaken. Mm-hmm. I will borrow what you just said. I think it's quite important to get the major players on the table, to really get them to fully commit. I think it's interesting and it sends the right message to make declarations. But I think actions speak louder than words.
I agree.
I think certainly there have to be a full commitment, whether it is initiating, for example, mechanisms that would basically allow for more renewable projects, either the voluntary carbon market, green bonds, things of that nature. Also, a clear indication that we are moving away from fossil fuels. I think that's quite important. We cannot use the current situation as an excuse to wave from the initial targets that we set here in Europe. I mean, one of the things that I think we all worry on the leading up to COP27 is that a lot of the I lot of the ideas, a lot of the compromises was going to be watered down. I think so far we have actually seen that it's quite the opposite. I think there's a reinforced message that rather than reaching certain targets by 2030, we need to reach those targets sooner because we have this emergency at the moment. I think that's very, very important. We need to, as exchanges, we need to come up with newer contracts. For example, hydrogen. Hydrogen is a great example of how we can support the transition to a more greener society. I think those are the things that we can actually do, and these are the main takeaways. I guess at a personal level also. I mean, yeah.
Thank you, Carlos.
Thanks.
Now, the audience have, I'm picking up 3 questions because we have been very well behaved on time. So we have 2 minutes to each one of you. And I'm going to just decide this on my best knowledge. I will start with you because this is more interesting for you. One of the questions of the audience is, when do you foresee a stabilization of the electricity market happening? And do you anticipate, will we ever return to figures as low as 40 euros per megawatt hour? Crystal ball, yes. You can massage it. I don't think it's going to work out. But
So our main concern is that we don't know how this is going to be solved in 2-3 years. We don't know which is the world we are going to see in 2-3 years. And we don't know which is the price we are going to see in the spot market in 2-3 years. And so what we are clear is that there are many markets now. Okay, we are talking about a market design, a market operation, but we are indeed have built many markets. Spain is one market, France is one market.
Iberia is one market.
Iberia is one market. No, I'm thinking about not the market conception, but the concept about the way you decide how to invest in a location or not.
Mm-hmm.
It's different.
Country risk.
Yeah, country risk.
Country risk. So let's see if in 2-3 years we can return to 40 euros per megawatt hour. It could be great. But if not, which is going to be the situation, the scenario we're going to see in different countries. We don't know if in Spain it's going to remain the 69 euros per megawatt hour for the cap for the PPAs. We don't know. So perhaps in 2-3 years, if you want to invest, you have to decide if invest in German or invest in Spain because you have to PPA ppm is 69 or 60 or 48. So that's our main point. We must manage to cut the previous situation up to return to the situation as soon as possible, because we were going on the right direction with a unique market, with a stabilization in the incomes, with a very common country risk, the WACC, the weighted average cost of capital is a very important, that could be similar in all the countries. So let's see, but it's an issue. It's an issue.
Well,
Posso só fazer um pequeno comentário? Em relação aos preços e as expectativas de como eles vão evoluir no futuro, eu também não tenho uma bola de cristal, mas temos todos a curva de futuros, a curva de futuros do OMIP. E se olharmos para os preços que atualmente temos hoje em cima da mesa, vemos que existe uma contenção nos preços dentro do período em que está previsto que vigore inicialmente o mecanismo, portanto, até maio de 2023.
Em princípio.
Em princípio.
Em princípio.
Em princípio. Nós vemos os contratos que estão dentro desse período a estarem relativamente contidos. Vemos, por exemplo, o Q2 de 2023 já a subir um pouco, porque apanha um mês em que, em teoria, o mecanismo não irá vigorar. E depois vemos os contratos do ano completo de 23 e de 24 ainda a preços que nós, numa primeira análise, podemos achar um pouco elevados, na casa dos 3 dígitos. Eu acho que o mercado nos está a tentar transmitir é que ainda existe um risco, tal como já foi mencionado numa das mesas desta manhã, existe o risco do inverno 23-24. As reservas de gás hoje na Europa estão praticamente aos níveis máximos. Estamos a entrar num período de inverno que se antevê que seja relativamente ameno. As previsões, a maioria das previsões indica que este inverno poderá ser abaixo da média em termos de rigor. Mas um novo período de enchimento das reservas de gás virá no próximo ano. É preciso notar que este ano muito do gás que está armazenado ainda é gás russo, que veio da Rússia. Muito provavelmente, no próximo ano, a disponibilidade de gás russo será muito menor. Portanto, as reservas de gás terão que ser cheias com gás de outras origens. E isso pode eventualmente causar ainda alguns momentos de tensão no mercado de gás e, por consequência, nos mercados de eletricidade, e pode ser por isso que os preços que vão até 24 ainda estão na casa dos 3 dígitos. A partir daí, a curva de 25 em diante já está, não nos 40, como alguém perguntou, mas já está na casa dos 2 dígitos.
Eu estava a pensar aqui nos 40, mas... Carlos, I have another question for you, also from the audience, and the question is, what do you consider to be the impact of these electricity prices limits in the countries with a higher renewable generation in the next 5 to 10 years? So do you think it's going to increase or decrease? Crystal ball again. You can borrow Virgil
No,
with
I
one.
mean, it's anyone's guess, right? It's quite difficult to make those assumptions 5 years from now. I think I want to be cautiously optimistic. I think that's the best way to put it. I don't think we're going to go back to prices that we saw a year ago or a year and a half ago. That is just my personal view. Obviously, you touch upon the curve. Right now, we're in a backwardation situation. I think more than anything else is basically how Europe will ensure or actually work on their diplomacy by ensuring there are enough reliable suppliers and also a change in the generation mix across the different countries. Estimating price, from my point of view, is I will let the market determine that.
Well, go ahead,
So
Juan.
I have an insight. So I have a question. Could Europe, could we assume that the European economy could survive with prices of 65, 85 euros per megawatt hour? Think about 3 years ago. So are we going to assume that the European economy is going to live, our competitiveness is going to be maintained with 85 euros per megawatt hour? Because if we go 3 years ago and we think that we had been seeing in the future these prices, it's crazy. So what we should do?
I think no one would have predicted in their models this situation.
No.
I mean, it takes
Black
me back.
Swan.
Takes me back to that film Big Short, right? I mean, we were talking about the subprime and pretty much everybody going in one direction. Only a few guys that really
only the ones that were short make money. All the others bankrupt.
Make that. I think to answer to your question, I think there will be many black days, dark days, if that was going to be the case. Sorry to be so pessimistic.
No. I'm just going to finalize, and to the three of you, just a yes or no question. Portugal and Spain were the first to apply the gas price cap on the electricity wholesale market. Does it make sense to extend it to the rest of Europe? What do you think?
Yes or no?
Yes or no? You need to go out there. Just no fear.
Can I go first? Can I go first? I have no problem saying that. No, absolutely not.
No. Okay.
Absolutely not. I mean, and if I could just, sorry, the generation mix in Spain and the geographical location and interconnection is very different. You cannot apply the same tool.
I agree.
At all. I mean, it's like when you go to your shed to fix a bike. There's a specific tool to repair a specific part of the problem. If you're fixing a bicycle or an engine, you cannot expect to have the same approach in Germany or in France. Is very different.
I agree. I'm just going to give my opinion, and you guys, I apologize in advance. I don't think we'll ever see again 40 euros per megawatt hour in the next 15 years. In real prices for sure, and in nominal prices, I doubt it. You have IRA in the US and the Green Deal and Repower EU, so we are generating a huge amount of demand on installing electric generators. So you're going to have an unbalance between supply and demand for materials, for EPC turnkey contraction, for a shortage of people. So I don't see that happening, and you have a 10% inflation this year on average.
Correct.
You're going to increase it. So my answer is no. You will never, ever see again electricity prices at real prices below 40 euros per megawatt hour.
I mean, it's an interesting remark, and I'm sorry to just go back and forth. And I
need to finish.
I think what should be really considered is perhaps what you do with those extra profits to try to alleviate those people that are suffering from those high prices.
Yeah.
I think in the UK, that's where I just moved from. You have fuel poverty. I mean, it's not something that you currently have, I think, in the Iberian Peninsula. But that is something that I foresee happening if that was going to be the case, which I concur with your assessment.
Guys, thank you very much for your time. It was a pleasure to have you here. Thank you for making the time to be here. A round of applause to our speakers. And we move to the next panel.
Obrigado a todos também. Obrigado ao Pedro pela moderação. Passamos então ao painel seguinte, que é, na verdade, a cerimónia de entregas do Prémio APREN 2022. Só uma nota sobre o Prémio APREN. Este prémio visa distinguir as melhores dissertações académicas escritas em português e em inglês no âmbito da temática da eletricidade de origem renovável, realizadas em instituições de ensino superior de Portugal. Este ano galardoamos teses de mestrado e doutoramento, existindo um primeiro e segundo prémio em cada uma das categorias, portanto um total de 4 prémios monetários. Além deste prémio monetário, os vencedores de cada categoria, um de doutoramento e outro de mestrado, apresentarão a sua tese vencedora em seguida. Vamos passar agora a anunciar os vencedores. Portanto, eu vou passar essa honra a um membro do júri, o professor Jorge Maia Alves. Convido-a já a juntar-se aqui a mim. Professor Jorge.
Obrigado, Diogo. Boa tarde a todos. Lamento não ter conseguido estar de manhã, tive pena, mas, enfim. Em meu nome e em nome da totalidade do júri do concurso da APREN, composto pela professora Teresa Ponce de Leão e o professor Edgar Fernandes e por mim próprio. Gostaria de começar por agradecer à APREN o convite para fazer parte deste júri. É sempre com muito prazer que o fazemos e é sempre um gosto poder presenciar e poder estar envolvido na escolha, numa escolha difícil, já que é completamente óbvio que a Academia está muito bem desperta para as necessidades do setor e está a fazer e a dar contribuições excelentes e, portanto, a escolha torna-se muito difícil. Queria felicitar todos os candidatos pela qualidade dos trabalhos submetidos. Dificultaram-nos bastante o trabalho. Posso-vos dizer que numa das categorias ontem havia uma diferença de 2 décimas entre dois dos trabalhos. Isso mostra, na nossa classificação, mostra as dificuldades. E queria relembrar também a todos os candidatos que um dos critérios de avaliação que a APREN impõe, e bem, é o potencial e relevância do tema. Portanto, e este é um ponto importante porque também nos dá um bocadinho o enquadramento para o nosso trabalho. E se bem que nós estamos na Academia habituados a bater-nos pela liberdade daquilo que trabalhamos e investigamos, e, portanto, desse ponto de vista, digamos que eu diria que a relevância dos temas deve ser tratada de uma maneira muito ampla. Neste caso concreto, nós não podemos esquecer que somos júris de um prémio de uma associação que é a APREN e, portanto, tivemos em consideração, de facto, a relevância dos temas desse ponto de vista. E sem mais, e recorrendo aqui à minha cábula, que eu espero que funcione, e começando pela categoria de doutoramentos, penso, Diogo, que estamos de acordo que fazemos o anúncio e depois então as pessoas virão ao palco, certo? Então vamos começar pela menção honrosa. E a menção honrosa vai para um trabalho intitulado Light Management in Perovskite Solar Cells with Photonic Structures and Luminescent Downshifting Layers, de Sirazul Ak. Eu sei que ele não está presente, porque estive ontem em videoconferência com ele está nos Estados Unidos. Não sei se ele está, inclusivamente, a assistir, mas aqui fica a menção honrosa. Em segundo lugar, temos o trabalho intitulado Development of New Methodologies for Structural Monitoring of Wind Farms, de João Pacheco, que penso que está entre nós. E o primeiro lugar vai para o trabalho Islanding Operation and Black Start Strategies for Multigrids using the Smart Transformer, de Mário Couto. Muitos parabéns aos três e passamos às teses de mestrado. Passando agora às teses de mestrado, aqui foi atribuído um segundo e um primeiro lugar apenas. O segundo lugar vai para o trabalho intitulado Definição de Estratégias para a Produção e Consumo de Combustíveis Sustentáveis para a Aviação em Portugal, de Mário Balsemão. E o primeiro lugar vai para o trabalho intitulado Assessment of Demand Response Impact on the Frequency Stability of Low Inertia Power System, de Rodrigo Afonso. Parabéns aos dois.
Pedíamos agora aos vencedores, principalmente aos que vão apresentar, que se apresentassem no palco, se estiverem aqui. Doutoramento.
Então eu não sou.
Estamos bem-vindos. Posso só? Ok, então é o segundo a apresentar, está bem? E se calhar este é o primeiro.
Sim.
Mário, parabéns.
Obrigado.
Se calhar, então, deixa-me só ir buscar o seu ticker. É a sua, certo?
Exato, sim.
É um ticker, para a frente, para trás. Está bem?
Ok, aqui para a frente e aqui para trás. Ok.
Está bem? Força.
Ok, obrigado. Em primeiro lugar, gostaria de agradecer à APREN a atribuição deste prémio. É sempre bom ver o nosso trabalho reconhecido e, de segundo lugar, boa tarde a todos. E um agradecimento especial ao professor Peças Lopes, o meu orientador, está aqui na audiência, por me ter introduzido aqui ao tema das multimicro-redes e a operação em modo ilha e a questão dos Smart Transformers. Bom, como o próprio nome indica, a minha tese abordou a operação em modo ilha e o desenvolvimento de estratégias de Black Start, utilizando o conceito das multimicro-redes e do Smart Transformer, que é aquilo que eu vou explicar a seguir. Obviamente que o tempo é curto para explicar tudo aquilo que foi feito. Selecionei aqui alguns dos tópicos que eu considero mais relevantes do trabalho, os desafios da redistribuição, o conceito do Smart Transformer e a arquitetura das multimicro-redes e a apresentação daquilo que são alguns resultados deste trabalho. Bom, todos nós sabemos que a descarbonização é um aspecto fundamental para o setor elétrico e uma das consequências, ou um dos aspectos que está relacionado com a descarbonização é a descentralização e o que leva a que a redistribuição assuma cada vez mais uma relevância importante dentro de todo aquilo que é a cadeia de valor do setor elétrico e vemos atualmente uma forte integração de recursos distribuídos que são de vários tipos, desde a produção distribuída, ligada nas redes de distribuição, em alta, média e baixa tensão, integração de veículos elétricos, a microgeração. Tudo isso está a afetar aquilo que é os processos normais de planeamento e operação da rede de distribuição, introduzindo mais variabilidade e incerteza e, por outro lado, vemos que muitos dos dispositivos que são ligados à rede são feitos através de eletrónica de potência e passamos a ter uma rede que é dominada por inversores, o que implica que os modos de funcionamento e estratégias de controle tenham que ser adaptadas tendo em conta este novo paradigma. Por outro lado, isto traz desafios técnicos que são bem conhecidos, como a inversão do trânsito de potências, a dificuldade no controle de tensão, problemas ao nível da qualidade da onda, mas, por outro lado, esta proliferação de recursos distribuídos também traz um aspecto importante, que é a possibilidade de utilizar os recursos locais para um aspecto que hoje em dia é muito referido, que é a questão da resiliência, é uma palavra que é muito usada hoje em dia, mas é um aspecto fundamental para os operadores de rede, que é a capacidade que a rede tem de mitigar e capaz de continuar o seu funcionamento quando é sujeita a eventos disruptivos, que poderão ser, por exemplo, ciberataques, ou mesmo condições atmosféricas adversas que têm aumentado a sua frequência e severidade e que afetam significativamente as infraestruturas elétricas. Basta recordar que, por exemplo, a rede de distribuição em Portugal é cerca de 70% a 80% constituída por redes aéreas. Portanto, só aí mostra logo a vulnerabilidade destas infraestruturas a efeitos atmosféricos adversos. Aquilo que começo por fazer na minha tese é a utilização do Smart Transformer. No fundo, é um dispositivo que é baseado em dispositivos de eletrónica de potência, que está ligado num posto de transformação entre a rede média e a rede de baixa tensão e que, em alguns postos de transformação da rede de distribuição, poderá substituir o transformador eletromagnético, que é o dispositivo que já é usado há mais de 100 anos em todo o setor elétrico. E como está representado a roxo, corresponde a diferentes camadas de conversão eletrónica de potência, assumindo uma configuração de 3 estágios, AC, DC, DC-DC, DC-AC, e que traz várias vantagens para a operação da rede, nomeadamente um maior nível de controlabilidade, porque temos eletrónica de potência e podemos desenvolver novas estratégias de controle, quer no modo interligado e quer para o modo de funcionamento em ilha, e uma característica muito importante para o modo de funcionamento em ilha, que é a ligação do storage, através de uma ligação direta, porque existe um link DC e as baterias de armazenamento são normalmente do tipo DC, o que permite que sejam logo ligadas na corrente contínua. Por outro lado, pensando naquilo que é em termos futuros de desenvolvimento da rede, podemos ligar quer as estações de carregamento de veículo elétrico, mesmo a produção em modo DC. Por outro lado, permite fazer aqui diversos tipos de estratégias de controle, facilita aquilo que é a compensação da potência reativa na operação das redes. Uma vez que eu tenho um link DC entre duas redes AC, pode ser feito de forma desacoplada entre a rede média e a rede de baixa tensão e permite que o inversor do lado da rede de baixa tensão funcione como uma fonte de tensão sinusoidal, trifásica, simétrica, independentemente das condições que possam existir no lado da média tensão. Bom, o conceito de microrrede ele já é bem caracterizado, porque é, sobretudo, relativo às redes de baixa tensão. No fundo, é um sistema elétrico a mais pequena escala, em que, com cargas e geração, conseguimos alimentar parte daquilo que é o consumo. Depois, aquilo que eu faço na tese é estender o conceito para a multi-microrrede. No fundo, estamos no nível da média tensão, em que temos várias redes de baixa tensão, as microrredes, e em alguns postos de transformação substituímos o tradicional transformador eletromagnético, como está aqui representado nos quadrados a vermelho, pelo Smart Transformer. E aqui podemos assumir, aquilo que eu assumo é dois tipos de configurações, com o storage, e portanto, quando tem o storage, essa unidade é fundamental, a chamada Grid Forming Unit, ou unidade formadora de rede, se quisermos em português, que vai fixar as referências de tensão e frequência, que são fundamentais quando não temos a rede principal. Por outro lado, nós precisamos ter aqui outro aspecto que é importante, é que a produção, que é aqui considerada na tese, que é do tipo renovável, que é um parque solar ligado na rede de média tensão, e a microgeração do tipo solar ligada na rede de baixa tensão, também podem suportar o controle de frequência. Por outro lado, como está representado a tracejado, temos uma estrutura de controle que irá suportar, sobretudo, o controle secundário. O controle primário ajuda à estabilização da rede, sobretudo quando transiciona do modo interligado para o modo isolado, e depois precisamos ter um controle secundário, que no fundo aquilo que irá fazer é restituir o valor da frequência àquilo que é o valor nominal, balanceando a produção e o consumo dentro da multimicrorrede. Em termos daquilo que são os modelos desenvolvidos para a simulação dinâmica, não é uma simulação dinâmica de transitórios rápidos, mas para algumas dezenas ou centenas de segundos, aquilo que foi feito foi considerar que a produção solar pode funcionar fora do seu ponto ótimo de funcionamento, o que significa que ela pode suportar fornecendo reserva para diferentes cenários de operação. Obviamente que não é aqui o objetivo de discutir a viabilidade económica, isso daria, se calhar, o tema para outra tese, é discutir a viabilidade técnica de como é que a produção solar pode suportar o controle de frequência neste modo de funcionamento isolado. E aqui considera-se o chamado deloading, que ela poderá funcionar num ponto diferente do ponto ótimo, de forma a ter essa capacidade de reserva. Outro aspecto importante é a questão do storage, que poderão ser unidades de armazenamento ligadas diretamente à redistribuição ou que poderão corresponder a veículos elétricos, que têm essa capacidade de absorver ou injetar potência em função daquilo que é a frequência da rede. Depois, uma segunda parte da tese é pegar nestes conceitos de controle primário e secundário da frequência e desenvolver aquilo que é as chamadas estratégias de black start. Isto é, o que poderá acontecer se nós tivermos uma transição que é mal sucedida do modo interligado para o modo isolado, em que temos um apagão geral na rede e que temos que ter um conjunto. Ok. Desculpa. Ok. Em que temos que ter aqui um conjunto de procedimentos para repor o serviço. Aquilo que é fundamental é, primeiro, identificar um conjunto de passos que têm que ser feitos para repor o serviço na rede, assumindo que há um apagão geral na rede, que tem que ser, desde logo, seccionalizar a unidade que tem a capacidade de black start, que neste caso é o Smart Transformer com a capacidade de geração incluída. Temos que fazer a energização dos cabos, dos transformadores e das linhas e depois iniciar o processo de ligação de cargas e de produção que está inserida na multimicrorrede. E depois, no final do processo, conseguir que a multimicrorrede volte a ter a frequência no seu valor nominal, fazendo um equilíbrio entre produção e consumo. Por outro lado, outra estratégia que foi desenvolvida é aquilo que eu chamei uma estratégia paralela, em que, além do processo que é corrido na rede de média tensão através do Smart Transformer com storage, nós temos várias microrredes que, simultaneamente, têm a capacidade de fazer o black start e em algum momento, temos que verificar as condições de sincronismo